Chapter 85. Practicing the spear with the waterfall. How many people are on the bronze list? Lu Ming asked. 56 people, excluding the Qilin Hall. There are a total of 56 geniuses from the 4 halls who have made it onto the bronze list. Feng Wu said. Only 56 people? Lu Ming muttered. The mystical sword sect would recruit a batch of disciples every year, and as long as they were not over 30 years old, they would be considered as disciples. After so many years, the mystical sword sect had more than 50,000 bronze disciples. There were more than 50,000 people, but only 56 of them were geniuses on the bronze list. One had to know that those who could join the mystical sword sect had to go through a series of examinations. It was a sign of talent, and 1 in 100 was chosen. It was obvious how talented the geniuses on the bronze list were. What's Yao Tianyu's ranking? Lu Ming asked again. 51st. Feng Wu's eyes flickered as she scrutinized Lu Ming. You're not really thinking of challenging Yao Tianyu, are you? He joined the mystical sword sect 2 years ago, and I heard that he was a strong contender for the newcomer king during the newcomer's trial. Although he failed, his talent cannot be underestimated. Although he's ranked 51st, his abilities have improved very quickly. I believe that he'll continue to rise. Lu Ming, it won't be a problem for you to defeat him in another year. But it's still too early this year. Feng Wu, since you don't trust me that much, how about we make a bet? I'll bet on whether I can defeat Yao Tianyu in 4 months. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oh, what are we betting on? Feng Wu said. What are we betting on? Let me think. Lu Ming touched his chin. Then his eyes wandered all over Feng Wu's body. From time to time, he would even let out a sigh. Feng Wu's pretty face turned red. She glared at Lu Ming and shouted. Lu Ming, you're shameless, don't even think about it. Feng Wu, why are you scolding me? I just wanted to bet on a big meal, to see if you have that much money. You see, my thoughts are not pure, right? Lu Ming looked surprised. Feng Wu's face turned even redder, all the way to her ears. She glared at Lu Ming and said fiercely, Fine, I'll take the bet. If I don't rip you off, my name isn't Feng Wu. Having said that, he threw a jar of medicinal wine at Lu Ming and left in a huff. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed heartily. It was quite interesting to tease the beauty Feng Wu occasionally. He opened the wine jar and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Lu Ming began to consider his future cultivation path. It's too slow to cultivate the basic gun technique like this. If this continues, I don't know when I'll be able to cultivate the fire-controlling gun technique. I need to use external forces to speed up the cultivation of the basic gun technique. If one wanted to be on the bronze list, he had to master a profound-level martial arts technique. There it is. Lu Ming was deep in thought when his eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, he gulped down the entire jar of medicinal wine. It's really good wine, but it's a pity that it has a medicinal smell and lacks a lot of flavor. Lu Ming clicked his tongue and walked out. The first place he went to was the contribution hall. He exchanged the 2 million taels of Esilavira for contribution points, so he had a total of 20,000 contribution points. He only had a few 100,000 Esilavira on him. In addition to his previous contribution points, he had a total of 25,500 contribution points. Then he started to exchange for the demonic beast blood essence. He was going to exchange for the blood essence of a class 8 level 2 demonic beast. A portion of 8th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence was worth 800 contribution points. Lu Ming exchanged for 20 sets, which cost him 16,000 contribution points. It was too expensive. Lu Ming's heart twitched a few times. He had wanted to exchange for some class 9 level 2 demonic beast blood essence, but it cost 1,600 contribution points per portion. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He could only put it aside for the time being. After exchanging for the demonic beast blood essence, Lu Ming left the mystical sword sect and headed east. The layout of the mystical sword sect was rather peculiar. The 4 halls occupied the 4 most majestic mountains in the north, south, east, and west. The central region was an even wider region. In this area, There was not only Qilin Hall, but also the Hall of Mission, the Hall of Contribution, the Bronze Platform, and other important places in the mystical sword sect. Further north of the Onyx Tortoise Hall was the core area of the mystical sword sect. The sect leader, golden-robed elders, golden-ranked disciples, and a portion of Esilavir-robed elders were all cultivating in this area. It was the core of the mystical sword sect's power. The east side of the Azure Dragon Hall was connected to a vast mountain range. This mountain range was known as the Coastal Mountain Range. It was vast and boundless, and countless demonic beasts lived in it. It was said that beyond the mountain range by the sea was the Endless Sea. It could be said that the Blazing Sun Empire was at the easternmost part of the entire Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming wanted to go to the mountain range by the sea. He wanted to look for an advantageous position to cultivate his spear technique. It was impossible for Lu Ming to go deep into the mountain range along the coast. He was only at the periphery. 2 days later, Lu Ming was about 200 miles deep. Boom, 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 a waterfall rumbled. The water fell from a height of more than 1,000 meters, forming a huge impact that shook everything within a few hundred meters. This is the place. I'll use this waterfall to cultivate. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then Lu Ming took out his fire-patterned gun and walked slowly toward the waterfall from the side. The Esilavira water column fell from a height of over 1,000 meters, and its momentum was extremely shocking. The closer they got, the more they could feel the majestic power. To practice the spear, the first step is to practice spear wielding. Only when you hold the spear steadily will you be able to grasp the other basic spear techniques. Then, Lu Ming grabbed the end of the spear with one hand, stretched his hand straight, and extended the body of the spear into the waterfall. The moment the body of the spear was washed by the water from the waterfall, Lu Ming felt an extremely strong pressure pressing on the body of the spear. He bent his wrist and threw the long spear down. With a burst of true qi, he pulled the spear back with great force. What a strong force! It's not stable at all. However, this is also a good place to cultivate. Continue. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and determined. He continued to extend the spear, and true energy continued to flow into the spear. This time, he managed to hold on for 2 more breaths before the spear was thrown down by the waterfall. Continue. Continue. Lu Ming was not discouraged. He started to cultivate again and again. Lu Ming realized that cultivating the way he held the spear consumed a terrifying amount of essential qi. Every once in a while, Lu Ming would have to stand aside and circulate the true war dragon technique to recover his essential qi. Of course, there were also benefits to this. Every time his genuine qi was squeezed dry, he would cultivate and replenish it. This would make his genuine qi more condensed and his foundation more stable. During this period, Lu Ming would occasionally devour and refine a portion of demonic beast blood essence. His cultivation level was rapidly improving. 7 days later, Lu Ming could already hold the spear for more than 10 minutes in the waterfall. However, it was very unstable, and the long spear swayed back and forth in the water. However, this was already a huge improvement. For another 7 days, the long spear in the waterfall was stable. No matter how the water of the waterfall hit it, the long spear did not move at all. Chapter 86, Southern Ridge Fire Field. At this stage, Lu Ming cultivated the basic spear technique and made rapid progress. His thrust was as steady as a mountain, and he could even stab a fly in the air. On the third 7 days, Lu Ming even tied a stone weighing 100 caddies to the tip of the spear. Carrying the 100-pound stone, Lu Ming practiced spear wielding in the waterfall. Just like that, a month passed. After a month of hard work, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the basic spear technique to an extremely profound level. He held the spear in his hand and stood still like a mountain. After a month of excruciating cultivation and refining all 20 portions of demonic beast blood essence, Lu Ming's cultivation level had improved at an amazing speed. He had already reached the peak of the 7th grade master realm, and he wasn't far from the 8th grade master realm. As the 20 portions of blood essence were devoured and refined in a month, Lu Ming's cultivation level was very stable. Now I can start to practice the fire gun art. Lu Ming entered the supreme shrine, took out the fire gun controlling art, and began to read it carefully. The fire gun skill was a fire attribute gun skill, and was divided into 6 moves. Fire dance of the fire gun art, broken armor, moon pull, lightning chase, landslide explosion. Of the 6 moves, other than the move of explosion, the other 5 moves did not have any difference in strength. The only difference was in the way the spear was used. The only difference was in the degree of maturity and comprehension. After observing it carefully, Lu Ming began to cultivate. At the end of the stairs, there was a faintly discernible palace. The sound of chanting continuously rang out, clearing Lu Ming's mind. He quickly comprehended the martial arts technique. Whoosh, and NBSB buzz. The sound of the spear piercing through the air, as well as the vibration of the spear itself, resounded throughout the supreme shrine. He cultivated like this for half a month. In the forest, Lu Ming's figure moved unhindered. The fire-patterned spear danced in his hands, like a fire dragon rolling. Whoa. Lu Ming suddenly thrust his spear. Fire gun art broken armor. The long spear pierced through the air with unparalleled speed, like a bolt of lightning, stabbing towards a 2-meter-tall boulder. At the tip of the spear, a spinning cutting force was produced. Bang! The huge rock was pierced through by the fire-patterned spear like it was tofu. Fire gun art mountain crash. And NBSB. Suddenly, the fire-patterned spear shook, and the body of the spear flickered, creating a vibrating force. Boom! The huge rock exploded right in the middle, sending debris flying. I've finally reached the first level of the fire gun art. I've just gotten a glimpse of it. Lu Ming's face was filled with joy. As expected of a black-grade low-level martial arts technique, it was extremely powerful. Lu Ming felt that its power had already surpassed the lustrous sword technique, even though he had only cultivated the first stage. After all, the lustrous sword technique had been stuck at the 5th level, and it was difficult to break through. The first level of the fire gun technique was equivalent to the 6th level of the lustrous sword technique. Generally speaking, it was very difficult to successfully cultivate a black-level martial skill without the cultivation of a great martial master. For example, the Zhu family's patriarch Zhu Bing had only managed to cultivate to the 1st level after decades of cultivation. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had cultivated to the 1st level in just half a month. This was inseparable from the effect of the chanting. Of course, without Lu Ming's hard work in cultivating the basic gun technique a month ago, it would be impossible for him to master the fire gun control technique so quickly. Then he continued to cultivate. 7 days later, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a green rock, frowning in deep thought. It's still lacking a little. It doesn't feel very smooth. After this period of cultivation, he realized that he was still a little bit short of comprehending the essence of the fire gun controlling art. If he cultivated in this way, even with the help of the chanting, the cultivation progress would not reach the level that Lu Ming was satisfied with. Maybe it's because of the environment. The fire gun art belongs to the fire attribute. I should go to a place full of fire attribute spiritual chi to cultivate. Then I can be like a fish in water. That way, combined with the chanting sound, I can improve faster. Where's the fire attributed spiritual chi? Oh right, the Southern Ridge fire field. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought of a place. The Southern Ridge fire field was in the southwest of the mystical sword sect. It was an area where volcanoes erupted. The volcanoes covered a radius of 1,000 miles, and it was filled with flames and fire-type spiritual chi. It was perfect for him to practice the fire gun controlling art there. The key was that that area not only had a large number of fire attribute demonic beasts, but it also produced a spiritual herb called flame crystal grass. Flame crystal grass was one of the precious materials required to cultivate the 3rd stage of the true war dragon technique. This was a material that was more precious than the spirit condensing fruit and the blood mist rock. If he were to exchange for it at the mystical sword sect, Lu Ming estimated that it would cost at least 10 to 20,000 contribution points. Going to the Southridge fire field was killing two birds with one stone. Lu Ming immediately returned to the mystical sword sect to visit Pang Shi. After such a long time, Pang Shi had already recovered and was even more diligent in his cultivation. Seeing that Pang Shi was fine, Lu Ming was relieved. He then exchanged some detox pills and essential qi recovery pills with his contribution points and headed to the Southridge fire field. On the way, Lu Ming caught a 4th grade 2nd level gale lion. The speed of the wind travel lion was extremely fast, much faster than the green scale horse. 5 days later, Lu Ming arrived at the Lingnan fire field. They could already feel waves of hot air blowing against their faces before they even entered the Southern Ridge fire field. After releasing the wind-walking lion, Lu Ming walked into the Southridge fire field. There were no volcanoes in the periphery of the Lingnan fire field. The ground was pitch black like burnt rocks. Hot air was rising from the ground. Whoosh! Sometimes a gas would rush out of the ground. It was extremely hot, and ordinary people would be scalded if they touched it. Not long after Lu Ming entered, he would occasionally see some figures. These people had a name: Stone Hunters. There were many volcanoes in the center of the Southern Ridge fire field. When these volcanoes erupted, they would spew out a type of, or called inferno stone. Inferno stone could be refined into inferno iron, and it was the best material for forging spirit weapons. However, those who would come here to pick up stones were usually itinerant cultivators with low cultivation, and there were even ordinary people. The Lingnan fire field was full of danger. The ground would spew out hot gases, lava, and flames from time to time. Even a martial arts master would be severely injured, or even killed if he was hit by the flames. As for inferno ore, it was just an ore and wasn't expensive. Therefore, those with high cultivation rarely came here. Lu Ming did not stay long in the outer area. He wanted to go to the central region, where there were many fire-type demonic beasts, and the fire-type spiritual qi was stronger. That was the place for cultivation. Very soon, Lu Ming passed through the outer area and arrived at the central area. In the central region, the air was even hotter, as if they were in a big steamer. The stones on the ground were all fiery red, and one could even hear a pop sound. Lu Ming looked around and could occasionally see lava gushing out of the ground. This area was even more dangerous, and almost no one came here. Lu Ming circulated his essential qi throughout his body to resist the heat from the outside world. At the same time, he was fully focused on observing the situation on the ground. This was to prevent them from being hit by the lava. Chapter 87. Disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School. He then walked in. After walking for about 10 miles, Lu Ming stopped. This was because a fierce tiger with red flames all over its body had appeared in front of him. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger was a Class 8 2nd level demonic beast. It was a fire element demonic beast, and usually lived in places with rich fire element spiritual qi. Roar! The Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger suddenly roared and opened its mouth. A pillar of fire spewed out of its mouth and blasted toward Lu Ming. Good! Lu Ming's eyes gleamed, and he took out his fire pattern gun. Fire gun art broken armor. With a thrust of the spear, the spinning cutting force burst out and destroyed the pillar of fire spat out by the Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger. Then, Lu Ming charged at the Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger and smashed his spear at it. Fire gun art mountain crash. The long spear pressed down, emitting a violent whistling sound. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger seemed to sense danger. The fiery red fur on its body stood on end, and on its fur, there were scorching flames. These flames condensed into a huge fireball in the air, and shot towards the fire-patterned spear, trying to block the attack. However, it was all in vain. The fire-patterned spear was unstoppable. With a slight shake, the fireball collapsed, and the fire-patterned spear continued to smash down. Bang! The spear hit the Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger's head, making a cracking sound. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger's forehead caved in. The Scarlet Flame Demonic Tiger's huge body rolled back dozens of meters before it stopped. It was no longer breathing. Lu Ming walked over and controlled his blood meridian to suck out the scarlet flame demonic tiger's blood essence. Lu Ming would not miss the chance to obtain the blood essence of an 8th grade 2nd level demonic beast. In the mystical sword sect, it cost 800 contribution points. Circulating his spirit-devouring bloodline, it did not take long for him to devour and refine the scarlet flame demon tiger's blood essence. Lu Ming's cultivation had improved once again, but he was still a little lacking to break through to the 8th grade master realm. This place is rich in flame qi. I'll cultivate the fire lance technique here. Immediately, Lu Ming's mind sank into the fire gun control art, and he began to cultivate. Chi-chi and NBSB buzz. Shadows of the spear were everywhere, and the energy was surging. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation was extremely smooth. There was no obstruction when he circulated the spear technique. It was as if he was one with the surrounding environment. As expected, the environment had a great influence on the cultivation of battle techniques. Smooth, it's too smooth. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was immersed in this feeling. Lu Ming only stopped after 6 hours of cultivation. And in BSP, hoo-hoo. Lu Ming panted heavily. Cultivating here required him to circulate his essential qi to protect his body at all times. He also had to observe his surroundings to see if there was any magma or flames rushing out. It was very taxing on his essential qi and mind. However, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with excitement. He had only cultivated for 6 hours, and Lu Ming could feel that he had made great progress in the fire gun art. Lu Ming immediately retreated to the outer area to recover his essential qi. After his essential qi had recovered, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine again. With the help of the chanting, he continued to comprehend the feeling of cultivating in the central region. Sure enough, with the chanting, the feeling of cultivation just now became clearer, and his understanding of the fire gun art was one step closer. A few hours later, Lu Ming entered the central region again to cultivate the firearms control art. Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated in the central area. When his essential qi was exhausted, he returned to the outer area to recover. Then he combined it with the chanting of sutras to comprehend the fire gun art. Lu Ming's comprehension of the fire gun control art was rapidly improving. In just half a month, Lu Ming's fire gun controlling art had a breakthrough and entered the 2nd level, which was a small success. In addition, Lu Ming had killed no less than 10 fire attribute demonic beasts in the past half a month. 5 of them were at the 8th grade of 2nd level, and 1 was even at the 9th grade of 2nd level. The others were all below 8th grade 2nd level. After devouring and refining the demonic beast's blood essence, coupled with half a month's hard work, Lu Ming's cultivation finally broke through again, reaching the 8th grade master realm. Such a cultivation base was already considered extremely high among the bronze disciples of the mystical sword sect. And in BSP, hoo-hoo. Once again, Lu Ming exhausted his essential qi and retreated to the outer area. He meditated in a secluded pile of rocks to recover. When Lu Ming's essential qi had recovered by about half, he suddenly heard a commotion not far away. No, why did you catch me? I'm just an ordinary person without any cultivation. I can't help you. I'm only at 3rd grade warrior realm, so I can't help you. Please let me go. Sounds of begging for mercy could be heard. Shut up, what's with all the noise? If I say you can help, then you can help. It's your 8 lifetimes of good fortune to be able to help the disciples of my 10 Directions Sword School. A cold shout rang out. From the voice, it was a young man. Young heroes of the 10 Directions Sword School. If I can help you, I will definitely help. But you want us to enter the central region, and even get close to the inner region. It's very dangerous there. With my cultivation, if I'm not careful, I will be burned to death. Please, young heroes, spare me. Some people begged for mercy. Pa! Immediately, the sound of a slap rang out. The young voice continued. What are you talking about? What did I call you for? What are you doing? If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll cut you into pieces. The other side of the phone calmed down. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a figure appeared on the pile of rubble. It was a young man who was about 17 or 18 years old. He saw Lu Ming at a glance. Haha, senior brother, there's one more person here. The young man laughed and looked at Lu Ming. You really know how to hide, but do you think that hiding here is useful? Hurry up and come out, and help us scout the way to the central region. Lu Ming frowned. He stopped the essential qi that he had recovered halfway and stood up. Kid, hurry up and come out. Don't dawdle, I don't have time to waste with you. As the young man spoke, he swiped his claw at Lu Ming's throat. It was obvious that he wanted to grab Lu Ming and throw him out like a chicken. However, he was disappointed. Not only was he disappointed, but he was also shocked. This was because Lu Ming had also extended a hand and clawed at him. He was faster and more accurate than him as he grabbed his wrist. The strong force penetrated the bones of the young man's wrist, and the heart-piercing pain made the young man scream. Arg! Little bastard, you dare to hurt me? You're courting death. The young man's other hand was about to slap Lu Ming. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted coldly, and his essential qi burst out. He swung the arm that was holding the young man's wrist. The young man's arm made a kacha-kacha sound, and the bones in one of his arms broke into several pieces. He let out a blood-curdling scream, and flew more than 10 meters away, falling heavily on the ground. Arg! Ah! You little bastard, you're dead. You dared to hit me? Do you know who I am? The young man struggled to get up, hugging his arms and crying out in a heart-wrenching voice. Aren't you just a disciple of the 10 Direction Sword School? Is it that amazing? Lu Ming pursed his lips. Chapter 88. Chapter 88 Spear Technique shows its might. Since you know that I'm a disciple of the 10 Direction Sword School, why don't you kneel down and apologize? The young man shouted. What an idiot! Lu Ming was somewhat speechless. Could it be that everyone in the omnidirectional sword sect was like this? Since Lu Ming knew that he was a disciple of the omnidirectional sword sect, and still dared to attack him, it was obvious that he was not afraid of the omnidirectional sword sect. He even asked Lu Ming to kneel down and apologize. If he was not an idiot, what was he? With a sway of his body, Lu Ming left the pile of rubble. At this moment, a few figures rushed over. They were all young people. Further away, there were 5 young men who surrounded more than a dozen secret practitioners and ordinary people who were picking up firestones. Junior brother Zhao, what's going on? One of the men who was running over asked. Senior brother, this little bastard, he actually dared to sneak attack me. If you move, you have to cripple him for me. The young man from before shouted. Brat, how dare you hurt a disciple of my 10 Direction Sword School? Now, I'll cripple your cultivation, and then obediently help us scout the way inside. Perhaps we can still keep our lives. One of the chubby disciples from the 10 Direction Sword School said. He looked at Lu Ming coldly with an arrogant expression. Lu Ming touched his nose speechlessly. This was a disciple of the omnipresent sword sect? Why did they all have the same behavior, and look like they were superior? The 10 Direction Sword School was indeed the #1 sect in the Burning Sun Empire. But there was no need for everyone to put on such a high and mighty expression, right? Kid, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The chubby young man shouted coldly. You asked me to scout the way in, and even captured so many ordinary people. What do you want? Lu Ming did not answer. Instead, he asked curiously. Nonsense, is this something you can ask? Obediently go and scout the way. The chubby young man said coldly. Then he threw a punch at Lu Ming's dantian. The chubby young man had the cultivation of a 7th grade master realm. His punch was extremely powerful. If it landed, it would definitely destroy Lu Ming's cyclone and cripple his cultivation. This was the Shifang sword sect, extremely domineering. If they didn't agree, they would destroy your cultivation. The 10 Direction Sword School will have to fight them sooner or later, so I'll collect some interest first. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. Lu Yuntian might have fallen into the hands of the 10 Direction Sword sect. Lu Ming did not have a good impression of the 10 Direction Sword sect. Now it was even worse. Boom! Lu Ming's flame dragon fist blasted out, and his fist force was faster and more ruthless. A punch accurately hit the fat young man's stomach. The fat young man's eyes instantly bulged out. Immediately, he let out a shrill scream. His fat body flew out like a ball, flying nearly 20 meters away before falling to the ground. He rolled a few times before stopping. You destroyed my cultivation? You actually destroyed my cultivation, bastard. The chubby young man let out a shrill scream. You're the only one allowed to cripple my cultivation, but I'm not allowed to cripple yours. Lu Ming said indifferently. Brat, you're looking for death. The remaining two young men roared and unsheathed their long swords. Two sharp sword lights burst out and attacked Lu Ming. The two of them were both 7th grade master realm. Fire gun art moon pulling. With a move of his hand, the fire vein spear appeared. He swept the spear across. In the sky, a fiery red light flashed like a moon. Bang! Bang! The two young men from the 10 directions sword sect were unable to resist at all. They were sent flying by the long spear, and they vomited blood in the air. When they fell, they were no longer breathing. Lu Ming's shot had already broken their bones, and their internal organs were shattered. The chubby young man and the young man from before were stunned. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled. Lu Ming's gaze shifted to the young man with the broken hand. Don't kill me. The young man with the broken hand shouted in fear. However, Lu Ming was unmoved. He raised his long spear. Stop. At this moment, the 5 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School, who had surrounded the stone pickers, all rushed over. One of them let out a loud roar and revealed his powerful cultivation at the peak of the 8th grade master realm. The young man with the broken hand cried out in fear and ran for his life toward the 5 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. However, whoosh, Lu Ming swung the long spear in his hand, and it shot out like lightning. It caught up with the young man with the broken hand in an instant and pierced through his chest from the back, nailing him to the ground. Die, little bastard. Not only will you die, but your family and friends will also die. The peak 8th grade master realm disciple let out an angry roar and rushed toward Lu Ming. Let's see who dies first. Using the dragon serpent steps, Lu Ming turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards the 5 men from the omnidirectional sword sect. When he passed by the one-armed young man, he pulled out his fire-patterned spear. Both parties were rapidly approaching. Wild wave slash. The 8th grade master realm disciple roared. He held a huge sword that was as wide as a palm with both hands, and the sword light was like a storm, slashing toward Lu Ming. Buzz! The fire vein spear shook and swept forward. Clang! The spear and the sword clashed, sending sparks flying in all directions and creating a massive boom. The disciple from the omnipresent sword sect trembled and took a dozen steps back, while Lu Ming's body trembled and swayed slightly. Kill! The next moment, the other 4 disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect slashed their swords at Lu Ming. Out of the 5 major sects of the Blazing Sun Empire, only the 10 Direction Sword School and the Mystical Sword School specialized in sword techniques, and the sword techniques they specialized in were slightly different. The sword techniques cultivated by the 10 Directions Sword School leaned towards being firm and fierce. They were bold and powerful. The 4 disciples from the Omnipresent Sword School, 2 8th grade and 2 7th grade Master Realm, joined forces. Their sword chi was like a raging wave, sweeping toward Lu Ming. As he attacked, he also used Bloodline Explosion, which was much more powerful. However, they were facing Lu Ming, who had already cultivated the black-level low-level martial arts technique to the 2nd level. Lan Yu! Lu Ming's eyes were bright. The essential chi in his entire body burst out, and he swept his spear. Boom! 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 There were 4 consecutive explosions, and at the same time 4 screams. The 2 7th grade Master Realm disciples were instantly killed and sent flying far away. The 2 8th grade Master Realm young men weren't any better off. They were sent flying for more than 10 meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. They coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and were also severely injured. 1 spear strike had killed 2 and injured 2, shocking the peak 8th grade Master Realm disciple. However, Lu Ming would not give him any chance to catch his breath. He rushed forward a few steps and then jumped high up, smashing the fire-patterned gun down. Landslide. The long spear smashed down with a shrill whistling sound. The disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School turned pale. He exploded with all his strength and circulated the power of his bloodline to the extreme. His combat sword slashed upwards. Clang! The spear hit the combat sword, and the force whistled out, forming a gust of wind that swept in all directions. Boom! The stone under the disciple's feet exploded. He couldn't stand still and knelt down. The stone on his knee exploded. Chapter 89. Chapter 89 Extinct Volcano. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground like a pool of mud. The spear had shattered both his arms, and the powerful impact had also shattered his internal organs. He was dead for sure. The power of the black-grade low-level martial arts technique was finally on display. Lu Ming had only cultivated it to the 2nd level, but its power was double that of the yellow-grade high-level martial arts technique's 6th level. What? How could he be so strong? You. Who are they? The disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School asked unwillingly as he coughed up blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief. With his cultivation at the peak of the 8th grade master realm, he was actually defeated in one move. The cultivation that Lu Ming revealed was clearly only at the 8th grade master realm. Lu Ming of the Mystical Sword Sect. Lu Ming said indifferently. The Mystical Sword Sect. The young man murmured. His eyes then became unfocused, and his vitality completely disappeared. At the same time, the other 2 8th grade Master Realm experts had also died. Their internal organs were also crushed by Lu Ming. Although the spear technique was not as varied as the sword technique, it was more violent, more direct, and more overbearing. The chubby young man was the only one left. At this moment, the chubby young man's face was deathly pale. His body was constantly trembling, and cold sweat was flowing down his face. Lu Ming walked towards the fat young man step by step. Don't kill me!" The chubby young man shouted in shock. "Tell me, what does the 10 Direction Sword Sect want by capturing so many ordinary stone hunters?" Lu Ming asked coldly. "I can say it, but you have to promise not to kill me." The chubby young man rolled his eyes and shouted. "Oh, you don't want to say it? Then you can go to hell." Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and he raised the long spear in his hand. The chubby young man was so scared that his soul almost scattered. He shouted, I'll talk. Lu Ming looked at him coldly, waiting for him to continue. "We came with Senior Brother Zheng. He said he would bring us here to search for treasures, so we came." Senior Brother Zheng said that he had read about an extinct volcano near the inner area of the Southridge Fire Field in the ancient books recorded by his ancestors. "There are treasures inside," the chubby young man hurriedly explained. "Then why did you catch so many ordinary stone hunters?" Lu Ming asked. "Because the area around the extinct volcano is very unstable. Lava and flames will burst out from time to time. The ground will even sink in. We need someone to find a safe way to enter the extinct volcano." The chubby young man was scared to death and spoke in full detail. Lu Ming frowned. It was obvious that they wanted to use the stone hunters' lives to find a way for them. This was what martial arts powerhouses were like. In their eyes, the lives of ordinary people were like ants. Lu Ming would never show mercy to his enemies. However, he could not disregard the lives of others for his own selfish reasons. What treasures are there in that extinct volcano? Lu Ming pondered for a moment and asked. "I don't know about that. Senior Brother Zheng didn't tell us. I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now?" The chubby young man begged, but he was thinking about how to ask Senior Brother Zheng to kill Lu Ming after he escaped. "Wait a minute, I have another question. What's your Senior Brother Zheng's cultivation? Is there anyone who is stronger than him?" Lu Ming asked again. The chubby young man answered honestly. "Senior Brother Zheng is a famous genius of our 10 Directions Sword School. He has already won 8 consecutive victories on the bronze platform. He's not much weaker than the geniuses on the bronze ranking. Among the senior and junior brothers who came this time, Senior Brother Zheng is the strongest." 8 consecutive wins on the bronze list. Lu Ming muttered. The division of ranks among the disciples of the 5 major sects of the Blazing Sun Empire was similar. They were all divided into 3 ranks: bronze, Silavir, and gold. Similarly, there were bronze and Silavir lists in every sect. The rules were exactly the same. All right, I've said what you wanted me to say. Can you let me go now? The chubby young man said. Let you go? When did I say I would let you go? Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he thrust the long spear and pierced the fat young man's heart. 8 consecutive wins on the bronze platform? I wonder how powerful the 8 consecutive wins on the bronze platform of the 10 Direction Sword sect are? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. Back then, he had vomited blood from He Tai's punch. He Tai had won 8 consecutive victories on the bronze platform of the mystical sword sect. They both had 8 consecutive wins on the bronze platform, but they belonged to 2 different sections. Their abilities might not be the same, but the difference would not be too great. Lu Ming's combat strength had improved greatly during this period of time. It was a good time to test the results. Following that, Lu Ming devoured all the blood essence of the omnidirectional sword sect disciples and found a place to refine them. As for the stone hunters, they had already fled like a swarm of bees when the Shifang sword sect disciples were killed. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's essential qi had fully recovered, and he had reached his peak. Then, Lu Ming ran in the direction of the extinct volcano that the chubby young man had mentioned. In the southern ridge fire field, in the depths of the central area, near the inner area, there was a tall, dead volcano. It was unknown when this volcano had stopped erupting, but the temperature around it was still astonishingly high. The ground was red. A few thousand meters away from the extinct volcano, there were more than 20 young men. Needless to say, they were all disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. More than 20 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School surrounded more than 30 stone hunters. More than 30 stone hunters gathered together, their faces terrified and trembling. Young heroes of the 10 Directions Sword School, I beg you. It's really dangerous there. If you let us explore the way, we'll be sending our Slavirs to our deaths. I have old and young people to take care of. I beg you, please let me go back. A burly man in his 50s kept bowing and begging. Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, the burly man's head flew high into the air. So noisy. You want to leave? I'll send you on your way now. A disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School sheathed his sword and said coldly. The other stone hunters suddenly kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to speak again. However, the look of despair on their faces became even more intense. You hurry up and scout the way. If you're lucky enough to walk past, you can still keep your dog life. A disciple from the 10 Directions Sword sect pointed at a dark-skinned man. The burly man's eyes were filled with despair, and his body trembled. If you don't want to go, then die now. The disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School said coldly. I'll go. The burly man said in a trembling voice. Then he walked out while trembling. If they went out to explore, they might still have a way out. If they didn't go, they would die. This burly man must have cultivated martial arts, but he had not awakened his bloodline. He was only at the first-grade warrior realm. He walked forward carefully, and soon, he had walked more than 200 meters. Suddenly, a stream of lava rushed out from the ground and directly submerged the burly man. Arg! The burly man screamed and turned into a ball of fire. In a few breaths, he was turned into a pile of charcoal. The temperature of the lava was terrifyingly high. Chapter 90. The weak are like ants. A living person was instantly turned into charcoal. This scene was truly terrifying. When the other stone hunters saw this, they were so scared that they couldn't stop trembling. However, the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were very calm, even cold. Mark the places you just passed. Among the 10 Directions Sword sect disciples, a dark-skinned young man with a cold expression ordered. This cold-looking young man was the Shifang sword sect's senior brother Zhang Zhengke. He didn't even look at the stone hunters. In his eyes, these stone hunters were just ants, tools to be used. His eyes were fixed on the extinct volcano in front of him. According to the records left by our ancestors, this is the place. I must get the fire spirit milk. As long as I get the fire spirit milk, my physical body will definitely be able to cultivate to the 2nd grade. In that case, my strength will increase greatly, and I will definitely be able to win 10 consecutive battles on the bronze platform and enter the bronze list. It's not just breaking through to the 2nd grade. It's even going to reach a higher level. 300 years ago, our ancestor got the fire spirit milk here. Now that 300 years have passed, there must be a lot of fire spirit milk. If there is enough, it's not entirely impossible to break through to the 3rd grade. Haha, in that case, how much can my combat strength improve? Zheng Qian thought fanatically. Yes, senior brother Zheng. Yes, the Shifang sword sect disciple replied. Then, he threw out balls of white powder and scattered them on the spot where the burly man had just passed, forming a safe path. Now you go and scout the path. The disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School pointed at a young man in his 20s. The young man's face instantly turned pale. His face was filled with despair and cold sweat. He cried out, I beg you, please let me go. I beg you. Ahai, young heroes, I beg you to let Ahai go. Let me take his place. He's still young. A white-haired old man walked out and knelt on the ground, kowtowing non-stop. Grandpa, don't. You can't go. The young man shouted. Let me do it, let me do it. I beg you to let Ahai go. He's still young. The old man didn't seem to hear the young man's words, and continued to kowtow. Oh, what a loving grandfather-grandson pair. All right, this young master will be lenient. Old man, you go scout the way. A flat-nosed disciple from the 10 Directions Sword sect waved his hand and said, Grandpa, Grandpa, don't go. The young man's tears flowed down as he shouted, Ahai, I'm already old. It doesn't matter anymore, but you must live on. The old man warned the young man, and then walked forward without looking back. The young man looked on in despair. The burly man from before had passed through the first 200 meters. It was very safe, and the old man had passed through smoothly. At this point, the old man carefully avoided the place where the lava had spurted out and continued forward. However, before he had even walked 100 meters, the ground suddenly split open when the old man stomped his foot. The old man fell straight down. Then there was a shrill scream, and after a few breaths there was no sound. Grandpa! The young man let out a desperate roar. The other stone hunters were even more flustered, their faces pale. Make a mark. Zheng continued to order. Buzz! Buzz! Balls of white powder were thrown out, marking the safe routes and the dangerous places. You, it's your turn, go up. The flat-nosed disciple pointed at the young man from before. The young man's expression changed drastically. Just now, he cried out. My grandfather has already taken my place. You, why are you still asking me to go? Replace you? I never said that he was going in your place. He was the one who requested to go first, so of course I have to satisfy him. Now it's your turn. The flat-nosed disciple from the 10 Directions Sword sect said coldly, with a playful expression on his face. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect looked on indifferently. No, you can't do this, you can't do this, I won't go, I won't go. The young man kept shaking his head and shouting. The other stone hunters kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare to say a word for fear of being noticed by the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. You're not. The flat-nosed disciple's face turned cold, and he grinned hideously. You don't want to go, right? If you don't want to go, I'll send you on your way now to accompany your dead grandpa. He waved his sword and a cold killing intent enveloped the young man's body. The young man's eyes were filled with fear. In the end, he still trembled and moved forward. After the young man walked a few dozen meters forward, he suddenly started to escape to the side. You want to escape? You're looking for death. The flat-nosed disciple shouted and exhaled. He held his sword with both hands and slashed down at the young man who had escaped. Whoosh! A beam of sword chi shot out and instantly crossed dozens of meters, cutting the young man in half. I've said it before. If you obediently go and explore the path, You might still have a chance to live. If you want to escape, the only path is death. The flat-nosed disciple of the 10 Directions Sword Sect sneered. He then pointed and said, "You go scout the path." Those who were pointed at walked out in despair, trembling as they moved forward, hoping that they were lucky enough to reach the end. But the result was still death. Just like that, one by one, they picked up the stones and went forward to explore the way. One by one they died in the fire and lava. However, the safe route was slowly being discovered. The closer one got to the extinct volcano, the more dangerous it was, and the more unstable the underground was. More than a dozen of the 30 stone hunters had died in the blink of an eye. At this moment, they were still about 100 meters away from the extinct volcano. He called a few more people to investigate, and finally, a complete and safe path appeared. "Young heroes, can we go now?" One of the remaining stone hunters asked in a low voice. "Leave? Where to? The information here cannot be leaked out." Zhang, who hadn't spoken the entire time, spoke. What's the meaning of this?" The stone hunter's face changed. "What do you mean? All of you will die." The flat-nosed disciple of the 10 Directions Sword Sect laughed sinisterly. No, you said that as long as you found a safe path, you would let us go. You can't do this. You are disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. You can't go back on your word. I'm begging you. No, I don't want to die. I curse you to die a horrible death." More than 10 stone hunters had already had hope, but at this time, their faces were filled with despair, and they started to shout crazily. "Curse us! You all know that we are disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. Who would dare to kill us?" The flat-nosed disciple of the 10 Directions Sword Sect sneered. There's a person there, walking towards us." Suddenly, a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. The rest of the people couldn't help but look over. From the right, a young figure was walking towards them. The figure was about 15 or 16 years old. He had a slender figure and a delicate face. However, his eyes were extremely cold, so cold that it was terrifying. This young man was Lu Ming. Chapter 91. Chapter 91 Destruction. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the entire scene. He could roughly guess what had happened when he saw the charred bodies. In his heart, a cold and sharp killing intent burst out. Although warriors had great power, they had their own rules and pride. Ordinary warriors would not kill ordinary people. However, these disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School had already lost their bottom line. In order to achieve their goals, they would do anything. Lu Ming's killing intent had never been so strong. Sensing the killing intent from Lu Ming, the eyes of the disciples from the omnidirectional sword sect narrowed. Zhang frowned. He remembered that he had sent 9 people in that direction, but not only had no one come, but an unfamiliar teenager had also come. Something was wrong. Zhang's expression changed. Lu Ming took one step at a time. It seemed slow, but he was actually very fast. In a few breaths, he was in front of the disciple from the omnipresent sword sect. "Kid, how did you get here? And where are the disciples of my 10 Directions Sword School? Did you see it?" A disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School asked loudly. "I did, but they're all dead." Lu Ming responded indifferently. The 20 or so disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School all had a change in expression. Someone shouted, "Tell me, how did you die?" Lu Ming smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, the fire-patterned spear appeared. A powerful aura burst out. "Of course I killed them. Now, I'll send you down to accompany them." "You killed him? Brat, you're quite bold." "Little bastard. How dare you kill the disciples of my 10 Directions Sword School? You're dead. Not only you, but your family will also be dead. Tell me, what method did you use to sneak attack? You still want to kill us? You're overestimating yourself. I'll kill you." Lu Ming's words caused a commotion. A burly young man strode out with a huge sword in his hand and slashed at Lu Ming's head. If this sword hit, it would definitely split Lu Ming into 2. Buzz! A bolt of lightning flashed, and the burly young man's body suddenly stiffened. With a clang, his sword fell to the ground. Then he clenched his throat with both hands. His eyes were wide open like a dead fish, revealing a look of disbelief. There was a bloody hole in his throat, and blood was flowing out. Lightning pursuit of the fire gun art was the fastest move in the fire gun art. The surrounding disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect did not even see how Lu Ming had attacked. Those who kill will always be killed. If you want to kill me, then be prepared to be killed. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. The burly young man fell to the ground and struggled a few times before he stopped breathing. Good kill. More than 10 stone hunters shouted in their hearts. Although they did not dare to shout it out, they were very happy in their hearts. Zheng's eyes narrowed. What a fast speed. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Kill. Go to hell. At once, more than a dozen disciples from the omnidirectional sword school roared and leaped high into the air, slashing out sharp sword chi at Lu Ming from the front. The weakest of the disciples was at the 6th grade master realm, while the strongest was at the 8th grade master realm. The combined power of the dozen of them was extremely terrifying. Even a 9th grade master realm expert would be chopped to death by the swords. However, Lu Ming did not move at all. He did not even blink. Fire gun art fire dance. All of a sudden, Lu Ming held the end of the spear in his hand. The long spear swayed and pierced forward. And in BSB, hoo-hoo. The sound of the long spear vibrating could be heard. Then fiery red flames suddenly appeared in the sky. These flames were scarlet red, poignant and beautiful. They were like flowers of flames, and they also seemed to be dancing. When the flower of flames bloomed, the scene suddenly rang out with a series of miserable screams. The 10 or so disciples of the 10 directions sword sect retreated in unison. Fresh blood scattered in the air, and it was extremely tragic. There was a bloody hole in each of the 10 or so disciples of the 10 directions sword school, either in their throats or hearts. In one move, 13 disciples of the 10 directions sword school were killed. However, Lu Ming did not stop at all. He strode forward and swept his long spear horizontally. Lan Yu! Bang bang! A series of bone-cracking sounds were heard, and the 8 young men from the 10 directions sword school were sent flying far away. He fell to the ground and stopped breathing. It was a complete sweep. This was Lu Ming's current combat strength. With his black-grade low-level martial skill cultivated to the 2nd stage, and his cultivation breaking through to the early 8th grade master realm, his battle prowess had increased to a terrifying level. There were only 3 disciples from the 10 direction sword school left. One was Zheng, and the other was a 9th grade master realm expert. The other one was the flat-nosed young man. As he was standing close to the stone hunters, Lu Ming's attack did not affect him. At this moment, the flat-nosed young man's expression changed drastically, and his legs and stomach trembled. Zheng's expression also became extremely grave. Your combat power is very strong, but you've killed so many of our 10 direction sword school's disciples. From now on, no one will be able to save you, no matter whether you're in heaven or in hell. Zheng's voice was cold. As long as I kill all of you, who will know that I did it? Lu Ming smiled indifferently. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? I admit that you're very strong, and I'm not sure if I can kill you. But you want to kill me? I'll let you know how laughable your words are. Zheng Qian pointed his sword at Lu Ming, and a powerful red sword aura flickered. Brother Zhao, let's kill him together. Die! Zheng Jiao suddenly shouted. He leaped up and slashed his sword at Lu Ming. The combat sword cut through the air, producing an ear-piercing sonic boom. At the same time, on the other side, the 9th grade master realm disciple from the omnipresent sword school also burst out and slashed at Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming lifted it upwards. Clang! Clang! The spear and the 2 swords clashed, causing a violent vibration. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly, and he took 3 steps back. Zheng was also thrown back a few meters, landing on the ground. As for the 9th grade master realm young man, he was thrown back a dozen meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. This Zheng Jia is so powerful. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Although they had only exchanged one move, Lu Ming could sense that the power that Zheng Qian's combat sword was spreading out was extremely powerful. It was like a raging wave that was continuous. The other ninth grade Master Realm young man was trash compared to him. He was definitely not weaker than He Tai. The reason why Lu Ming retreated was basically because of Zheng Zheng. At this moment, Zheng was also extremely shocked. Lu Ming's strength had also exceeded his expectations. He was not weaker than him. In fact, he was even stronger. Kill. There was nothing much to say. The two sides were already mortal enemies, and it would only end when one side fell. The two sides fought again. The two of them erupted with their bloodlines. This time, Zheng was the main attacker, while the other ninth grade Master Realm youth sneaked an attack from the side. For a moment, Lu Ming was somewhat passive. As for the flat-nosed youngster, he couldn't do anything at all. He could only watch anxiously from the side. Chapter 92, Killing Zheng. Cross-shaped killing sword. Zheng Jiao wielded a huge sword that was wider than his palm. His attack was extremely overbearing. As he slashed out, the sword radiance formed a cross and slashed down at Lu Ming. Its power was immense. Broken armor. Lu Ming's long spear trembled. The tip of the spear formed a spinning cutting force that collided with Zheng Jiao's sword gleam. Clang! There was a loud explosion. Lu Ming took 2 steps back while Zheng Jiao took 3 steps back. In a head-on confrontation, Lu Ming had the upper hand. This Zheng, how can his attack be so strong? The martial skill he used is clearly not a black-grade martial skill, but a yellow-grade upper-level martial skill. Although it has already been cultivated to an extremely high level, its attack power can't possibly be this strong? There was a flash of suspicion in Lu Ming's eyes. Although Zheng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th grade Master Realm, and he had even activated a 5th level Blood Meridian, without a black level martial arts technique, it was impossible for his attack power to be so strong. He was actually only at a slight disadvantage when he fought Lu Ming head-on. Lu Ming's essential qi was 3 times more condensed than ordinary essential qi. In addition, he had already cultivated the flaming gun technique to the 2nd level. Lu Ming could defeat an ordinary 9th grade peak Master Realm martial artist in one move. Alright, it's the body. This Zheng Jiao's body is extremely strong. He should have cultivated the path of body refinement. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered that Zheng Gan's muscles were bulging, and his skin was covered with a faint red glow. It must be his physical body. Zheng Zheng had cultivated a body tempering technique. When his physical body was combined with essential qi, he could erupt with astonishing combat power. That was why he could fight against Lu Ming. Buzz! At this moment, a sword light was rapidly piercing toward Lu Ming. How troublesome! Lu Ming frowned. He swung his long spear, and it collided with a thin sword. A figure retreated far away. It was the 9th grade Master Realm disciple from the 10 Direction Sword School. Although the disciple's attack power was not strong, his body movement was not weak. He was slippery and sneaky. He took advantage of Lu Ming's flaws to launch a sneak attack. If I use my bloodline power, I can defeat them easily. However, I can't always rely on my bloodline power. It can only be used as a trump card, and can't be used in regular battles. I'll just rely on my current state to finish them off. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged toward Zheng Jian. Landslide. The long spear came down from above, and smashed down heavily. Zheng's eyes focused and he used his sword to block. Boom! The rock under Zheng's feet shattered, and he retreated. He's only at the early stage of the 8th grade Master Realm. Even though he's cultivated a black grade martial skill, how can he be so powerful? My physical body has already been cultivated to complete grade 1. But I'm still no match for him. Zheng Qian's shock could not be any greater. It was normal to suppress him if they were of the same level. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 8th grade Master Realm. How did he do it? Kill. Lu Ming's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. He continuously attacked Zheng, using Zheng to practice his spear technique. The surging dragon-shaped vital energy was continuously infused into the long spear. It was extremely smooth, one spear after another. Lu Ming was like an invincible general who was galloping on the battlefield. Zheng was completely suppressed. Buzz! At this moment, a sword light suddenly stabbed toward Lu Ming's back. I'm just waiting for you to make your move. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He swept his long spear across without turning his head. Lan Yu! A ray of red moonlight flashed, and the 9th grade Master Realm disciple was shocked. He used his movement technique to retreat. But it was too late. The spear was 8 feet long, and with the arm ruler, the 3-meter distance was completely covered. Block it! The 9th grade Master Realm Shifang Sword School disciple turned pale with fright, and used his long sword to block in front of him. However, his long sword was thin, so it couldn't be blocked at the root. Clang! Lu Ming's long spear struck his long sword. A violent force exploded and the long sword bent. The body of the sword and the body of the spear struck his chest heavily. Bang! The Shifang Sword School disciple's body was sent flying like a sandbag. His body was stuck to the ground and slid for dozens of meters, creating a deep ditch on the hard ground. By the time he stopped, he was no longer breathing. A 9th grade Master Realm expert was killed by Lu Ming's spear. After sending the 9th grade Master Realm disciple flying, Lu Ming's long spear did not stop. It continued to move forward and clashed with Zheng Jiao's attack. Now there's no one to disturb me. I can finish you off. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. He took a step forward, and his long spear struck out like lightning. Zheng did his best to block. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 10 moves. The more Lu Ming fought, the more courageous he became. His understanding of the fire gun art became deeper, and his power became greater. Zheng was completely outmatched and was forced to retreat. Not far away, the flat-nosed young man's face turned pale. He suddenly shouted, "Senior brother Zheng, hold on for now. I'll return to the sect first and report to the elders to avenge you." Then he ran away. Damn it! Zheng roared. He does deserve to die. Don't worry, after I'm done with you, I'll kill him for you. Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom! The spear struck Zheng's sword, causing him to retreat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The repeated battles had caused his muscles to tremble non-stop. The web between his thumb and forefinger had split open, and blood was seeping out. If it was not for his strong physical body that allowed him to unleash his essential qi without thinking of the consequences, he would have been killed by Lu Ming. Even so, he was severely injured. True qi. His true qi is too powerful. It's unstoppable. Zheng's eyes were filled with fear. Wait a minute. As long as you let me go, I can forget about the fact that you killed so many of my 10 Direction Sword School's disciples. I won't pursue this matter. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand the anger of the 10 Direction Sword School. Zheng Qian shouted timidly. You're still threatening me at a time like this? What an idiot. Lu Ming said indifferently. The long spear did not stop, and it was aimed at Zheng Jiao. Boom! Tung tung tung. Zheng Qian retreated 7 or 8 steps, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries had worsened. Stop, stop, treasure. There are treasures in that extinct volcano. As long as you spare me, I can give you half, yes, half. Zheng shouted. No need. As long as I kill you, everything will be mine. I'm not going to play with you anymore. That junior brother of yours has already run far away. If you continue playing, he might really get away. Lu Ming's lips twitched and his body suddenly flashed red. Bloodline explosion. He had tested enough, so there was no need to keep it. Whoosh! The spear turned into a bolt of lightning, much faster than before. Zheng couldn't block it at all. No! Zheng shouted. The long spear pierced through his heart. Zheng's hands tightly gripped the spear. His eyes filled with unwillingness. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth as he hoarsely shouted, You! Who the hell are you? Lu Ming pulled out his long spear and stomped on the ground. He chased after the flat-nosed young man like a bolt of lightning. Then his voice came from afar. Lu Ming of the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming's figure had already disappeared. The mystical sword sect. Zheng muttered, the life in his eyes quickly dissipating. Chapter 93. Chapter 93, Counting the Harvest. Lu Ming's body was like the wind, extremely fast. He used the dragon serpent steps to its maximum. Although it was only a yellow rank lower level movement technique, Lu Ming's speed was still extremely fast under the explosion of his powerful essential qi. In just a few minutes, he saw the flat-nosed young man's figure. Hearing the sound of the wind, the flat-nosed young man turned around and was almost scared out of his wits. How could he be so fast? Could Zheng have been killed? He had originally thought that Zheng could at least block another 100 moves. Arg! Ah, don't come over! The flat-nosed youngster ran frantically, shouting wildly. However, the distance between him and Lu Ming continued to close. The flat-nosed youngster simply couldn't escape. Plop! At this time, the flat-nosed young man suddenly stopped, turned around, and knelt down with a plop. His actions were done in one go. Please, please, please don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I won't say a word about what happened today. The flat-nosed young man kept kowtowing and shouting. Why should I believe you? Lu Ming said with a cold smile. I swear, I will never tell anyone. If I tell anyone, I will die a horrible death. The flat-nosed young man pointed to the sky and swore. Sure, I can give you a chance. Lu Ming suddenly smiled coldly and kicked him. Bang! This kick landed directly on the flat-nosed young man's dantian, scattering his qi current. Arg! Didn't you say that you would give me a chance after you destroyed my cultivation? The flat-nosed young man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Don't worry, I'll give you a chance. Lu Ming grabbed the flat-nosed young man's neck and walked toward the extinct volcano, as if he was carrying a little chick. Soon, they arrived at the place where the battle had taken place. At that moment, the stone hunters had all escaped. What are you trying to do? The flat-nosed young man asked in a trembling voice. It's very simple. Walk forward and explore the path. However, you're not allowed to take the path that has already been explored. Walk on the other side. Lu Ming pointed in the direction of the extinct volcano and said indifferently. In an instant, the flat-nosed young man's face turned pale. His voice trembled as he said, Haven't we already found the path to the extinct volcano? Why do you still want me to scout the way? No, I'm not going. Don't you like to ask others to help you find the way? Now I want you to try it yourself. It's fine if you don't want to go, but I'll send you to reunite with your senior and junior brothers now. Lu Ming waved his long spear. The spear glowed and a cold killing intent enveloped the flat-nosed young man. No, you can't do this to me. There are dangers everywhere. I'll die if I go. I'm begging you, let me go. The flat-nosed young man was covered in cold sweat, and his body was trembling non-stop. Especially when he thought of how the stone hunters had been burned to death, he shuddered. Before, when he had watched others go to explore the way, he had gloated and acted arrogantly, as if he was watching ants struggling on their deathbeds. He had no pity at all. But now, when it was his turn, he was more afraid than anyone. This is your only chance. My patience is limited. I'll count to 3. If you don't go after 3, then you don't have to go. Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. To deal with such a person, what could be more satisfying than giving him a taste of his own medicine? 1, 2. I'll go. When Lu Ming was about to say 3, the flat-nosed young man finally could not take the pressure and shouted. Then his body trembled and he walked forward step by step. The further he walked, the more his body trembled. When he had walked more than 100 meters, a foul smell came out, and he was so scared that he peed himself. Buzz! Suddenly, a gas burst out from under his feet. The flat-nosed young man was so frightened that his soul flew out of his body. He screamed and fell straight down. Lu Ming frowned. He walked up to take a look, and was instantly speechless. The flat-nosed young man's face was ashen. He was not breathing at all. He was actually scared to death by a stream of hot air. Lu Ming shook his head and walked back to collect his spoils. These were the disciples of the omnipresent sword school. They must have many valuable things on them. Lu Ming would not miss this opportunity. As he searched for the spoils of war, he devoured their blood essence one by one. After the search, Lu Ming left the place and returned to the outer area. He then entered the Supreme Shrine and began to refine the blood essence. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 8th grade master realm, the blood essence of martial artists below the 8th grade master realm was of little use to him. Only those above the 8th grade master realm would be of some help. After refining all the blood essence of the omnidirectional sword school disciple, Lu Ming's cultivation had improved to a certain extent. However, it was not by much. He was still a distance away from the middle 8th grade master realm. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming began to check his spoils of war. With a wave of his hand, 2 storage rings appeared. It was a pleasant surprise that 2 of the disciples from the 10 Directions Sword School had storage rings. One was from Zheng Jia, and the other was from the 9th grade Master Realm youth. Then with a thought, a pile of items appeared in the Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming started to count the Esilavira notes. Why is there only so little? After counting, Lu Ming frowned slightly. The Esilavira notes of the 20 or so disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School only added up to 4 million taels. More than 4 million taels of Esilavira seemed like a lot, but it depended on where he had gotten it. The 10 or so disciples of the Shifeng Sword School were at least at the 6th grade Master Realm. On average, each of them only had less than 200,000 taels of Esilavira. This was considered very little. On second thought, Lu Ming felt at ease. It was very normal. Just like him, the extra Esilavira was exchanged for contribution points, which were then used to exchange for resources that were useful to him to improve his strength. Most of the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School were the same. They kept some Esilavira on them and exchanged the rest. After keeping the Esilavira notes, Lu Ming looked at the other items. There were some scattered pills that were not worth much money. Lu Ming put them aside. In the end, his gaze fell on a few books. Wild Wave Slash, a yellow-grade low-level sword technique. A yellow-grade high-level movement technique. Hunyuan Technique, a yellow-grade upper-level cultivation skill. Lu Ming was overjoyed to learn 3 cultivation methods and martial arts techniques in a row. Generally speaking, sect disciples like them would rarely have cultivation methods and martial skill secret books on them, because most cultivation methods and martial skill secret books were rented from the sect's library hall to cultivate. There was a time limit, and when the time was up, they would have to return it. Of course, there were also exceptions. Some people had a fortuitous encounter and obtained some cultivation methods and martial skill secret books. These cultivation methods and secret books were for their own private use. For example, these books were mostly privately owned by the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword sect. He had obtained the cloud treading steps from the 9th grade Master Realm youth. If he were to sell these 3 cultivation methods and martial skill manuals, they would be worth at least 5 to 6 million Esilavira. He had really profited. However, when Lu Ming's gaze landed on the 4th book, he was greatly shocked. Flaming Vajra Arts, a body tempering technique. Chapter 94, 9th grade physical body. This was actually a body tempering cultivation technique. It seemed that Zheng was cultivating this Flaming Vajra Arts. Body tempering cultivation techniques were extremely rare in the Divine Wilderness continent. Furthermore, body tempering cultivation techniques were known for being difficult and slow to cultivate. By cultivating a body tempering technique, one's body would constantly become stronger and possess all sorts of unbelievable abilities. According to the strength of the body was divided into 9 grades. Rank: 1 was the weakest in rank, 9 was the strongest. There were 3 levels: lower tier, upper tier, and peak tier. However, the path of body refinement wasn't a single path. It was a type of martial Tao, a supplementary type. Just like the path of inscription, it supplemented the martial Tao. This was because if one's physical body wasn't combined with martial arts, one wouldn't be able to unleash the power it should have. For example, the 1st grade physical body was not corresponding to the martial warrior realm. Without genuine qi and all kinds of martial arts techniques, the body alone was just an empty force. A grade 1 body was no match for a warrior realm martial artist. Even if he had a 2nd grade body, he was no match for a martial warrior. However, This did not mean that one's body was weak and cultivation was useless. Body refinement was an auxiliary to martial arts. Once a strong body, genuine qi, and various martial arts techniques were combined, an unimaginable power would burst out. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, but it was an exponential increase. For example, the stronger one's physical body was, the more true energy one could unleash without any restraint, without having to worry about harming one's body. Some powerful martial skills, and even secret skills, were very harmful to the body. Without a strong body, one could not withstand them. Furthermore, the stronger one's physical body was, the more incredible one's abilities would be. The stronger one's physical body was, the stronger one's vitality and recovery rate would be. Even if one was injured, one would be able to recover very quickly. It was said that when one's physical body was strong enough, one could control the muscles, bones, and bones of the entire body. They could control every single strand of muscle, and they could instantly seal the wound when they were injured. He could also control his muscles and bones to change his shape and appearance. It was extremely wonderful. If he was stronger, he could even regrow a severed limb, or even regrow a drop of blood. Of course, these were just legends. Therefore, the path of body refinement existed to support the path of martial arts. When combined with martial arts, it could produce a powerful force. Zheng Jia was a good example. He did not cultivate black-level martial arts techniques, but his physical body was much stronger than Lu Ming's. With a yellow-level upper-level martial arts technique, he could burst out with strength that could compete with Lu Ming. This was especially true for some close combat martial artists who cultivated palm, fist, and claw techniques. If they combined it with a strong body, their strength would increase to a terrifying level. Lu Ming hurriedly opened the Flaming Vajra art and read it. After watching it, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The Blaze Titan art can at most allow one to cultivate a third-grade body. From the looks of it, Zheng should have only cultivated to the great circle of first grade, not second grade. That's enough. If I can cultivate a third-grade body, my strength will increase by at least a few times. Lu Ming's eyes gradually lit up. This wasn't just for show. As a martial artist's cultivation level increased, their true qi would also slowly temper their physical body, making it stronger. However, the process was too slow. It was said that once one reached the martial arts grandmaster realm, one's physical body would naturally improve to the first grade. However, that was not enough to satisfy the needs of a martial artist. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger and more condensed one's genuine qi would be. The pressure on one's meridians and physical body would also be stronger. Therefore, when a martial artist fought, he would subconsciously retain a part of his genuine qi to protect his meridians and physical body. Usually, one could unleash 100% of one's strength, but in the true sense, one couldn't even unleash 100% of one's strength. It was already good enough to unleash 80%. However, only after his body became strong could he not have any worries and be able to unleash all his true qi. This was especially true for Lu Ming. His essential qi was too strong and condensed. Hence, he subconsciously left more essential qi to protect his meridians and physical body. Therefore, to Lu Ming, this Flaming Vajra art was more important than the black-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming put down the book after carefully studying the cultivation method of the Flaming Vajra art. He looked at the fifth and last book. This book was not a cultivation technique or a battle technique, but a notebook. It was found in Zheng's storage ring. After flipping through it, the first few pages were of no importance to Lu Ming. He skipped through them and flipped through more than 10 pages. He found a few pages that had been marked before he saw the one that Lu Ming was interested in. These were the records of the extinct volcano. So that dormant volcano contains fire spirit milk, which is extremely useful for training the Flaming Vajra arts. So the treasure Zheng is looking for is fire spirit milk. Lu Ming's eyes lit up after reading it. Initially, the progress of the body tempering technique was extremely slow. Lu Ming did not expect to cultivate the Flaming Vajra arts to a profound level in a short period of time. It would not be of much use in a short period of time. However, it would be different if he had the fire spirit milk. He might be able to master the raging flame Vajra arts in a short time. He did not need much. As long as he could cultivate a first-grade body, it would be of great help to Lu Ming's combat strength. Let's go. Since we know we can't miss this. After tidying up his things, Lu Ming had an idea. He left the Supreme Shrine and headed towards the central region, back to the vicinity of the extinct volcano. Roar! Roar! The roars of demonic beasts rang out. 5 or 6 demonic beasts held the corpses of the 10 directions, sword sect disciples in their mouths, and ran away. It must have been the smell of blood that attracted the demonic beasts. Lu Ming ignored him and went to the path that the stone hunters, the disciples of the omnipresent sword sect, had asked to explore. There was a white powder mark here, and the outline of the road could be clearly seen. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment, and then stepped forward. He didn't walk very quickly. He circulated his true qi throughout his body, and observed the ground with all his attention. The terrain in this area was constantly changing. Just because it was fine before didn't mean it was fine now. Fortunately, there were no accidents along the way. Lu Ming successfully passed this section of the road. After walking through this path, they would reach the foot of the dead volcano. There were thick piles of black rocks here, and they were very stable, so there was no need to worry about any flames or lava spurting out. Lu Ming climbed up. The extinct volcano was not tall, only a few hundred meters. Very soon Lu Ming reached the top. In the middle of the mountain peak was a huge hole that was hundreds of meters deep. Below it was a black crystal that was as black as ink. According to the Zheng family's ancient records, the fire spirit milk was right below this volcano. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming climbed down slowly along the walls. Soon, he climbed down the extinct volcano and reached the bottom. The black crystals below were extremely hard, and inside the wall of the extinct volcano, there was a deep pit. In the pit, Lu Ming saw a spiritual herb at a glance. This spiritual herb was fiery red, and emitted a crystal-like luster. Flame crystal grass. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see the spiritual herb. This was one of the materials needed to cultivate the 3rd level of the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming had come to the Lingnan fire field with the intention of finding the flame crystal grass. It was a pity that he had never found it, but he did not expect to find it here. Chapter 95. Chapter 95, Refining the Body. Not only that, when Lu Ming walked closer to take a look, there was a pool of liquid at the root of the flame crystal grass. There was not much of it, but it was fiery red and had a crystal-like feeling, like it was formed by melting fire jade. Fire spirit milk. This is the fire spirit milk. Lu Ming was overjoyed. There was indeed fire spirit milk here. No wonder the flame crystal grass could grow here. The fire spirit milk was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It could only be formed in places with extremely rich fire-type spiritual qi, and it contained rich fire-type essence. Lu Ming stepped forward, and with a wave of his hand, a jade box and a jade bottle appeared. The jade box was made of ordinary white jade. Lu Ming had prepared it himself to store the spiritual herbs. The jade bottle was found in Zheng's storage ring. It was made of fire jade, and was perfect for storing the fire spiritual milk. He took out a sword, carefully dug out the flame crystal grass, and placed it into a jade box. Then, he circulated his true qi, and sucked the fire spirit milk into the jade bottle. It's quite a lot, at least 2 caddies. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had thought that it would be a great opportunity to have 1 caddy. He did not expect to have 2 caddies. If I refine all of this fire spirit milk, how strong will my physical body be? At the very least, I can cultivate to upper rank 1, right? Lu Ming pondered in his heart, and kept the things. He did not stop, and went up along the stone wall. It was a smooth journey, and he did not encounter any threats. Very soon, Lu Ming walked out of the central area, and returned to the outer area. After returning to the outer area, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine directly. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Ming took out the flaming Vajra art, and studied it in detail. Then he took out the jade bottle that contained the fire spirit milk. Now, use the fire spirit milk to practice the raging flame Vajra art. Lu Ming opened the bottle and pondered for a moment. Then he took a small sip. Boom! He swallowed a small mouthful of the fire spirit milk, and it immediately erupted like a volcano. It emitted a scorching aura and violent energy that filled Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming's body was like a fireball. Nest, the energy of this fire spirit milk is too terrifying. It has exceeded my imagination. It's so hot and so painful. The energy of the fire spirit milk was extremely hot, burning Lu Ming's muscles, bones, and bones. In this situation, it was as if Lu Ming was being roasted in a raging fire. One could imagine the pain. I have to endure it. The reason why it hurts so much is because my body is too weak. I've never cultivated the path of body refinement before. I've only tempered it slowly with my true qi. After the first time, my body has improved, and the next time, it won't hurt so much. Lu Ming's mind whirred. He gritted his teeth and activated the flaming Vajra art. He started to absorb and refine this scorching energy. Whoosh! It was as if his body was a piece of iron that was being burned and forged in the raging flames. Lu Ming could even hear the sound of his body burning. This process lasted for a full 2 hours before the fire spirit milk's energy was completely refined. At this moment, the pain completely disappeared, and an extremely comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. My physical strength has indeed improved a lot. Lu Ming felt the changes in his body carefully. He discovered that although his body didn't become much stronger, his muscles were much tougher, and his entire body was filled with strength. His blood and qi surged in his veins, full of vitality. His body's functions were stronger than before. The raging inferno Vajra art and the fire spirit milk are a perfect match. I only refined a small mouthful of it, and it has such an improvement. Although I haven't reached the first grade physical body, I believe that I will soon reach it if this continues. Now continue. Following that, Lu Ming took a small mouthful of fire spirit milk and continued to cultivate the raging flames Vajra arts. Just like before, when the fire spirit milk entered his body, it exploded with an intense fire attribute essence that was incomparably scorching. I wonder if the spirit-devouring bloodline is useful for the fire spirit milk. Lu Ming suddenly had an idea. Even before his bloodline had completely regrown, he was already able to quickly refine the power of elixirs. Then could he quickly refine the power of the fire spirit milk now? He would know once he tried. Immediately, Lu Ming controlled his blood meridian, and a powerful devouring force was produced at his spine. And in BSB, hoo-hoo. Immediately, the fire spirit milk's energy in his body was completely absorbed by his bloodline. Not long after, waves of gentler and purer energy gushed into Lu Ming's body. He circulated the flaming Vajra arts and absorbed all the energy into his body to improve his physical strength. It was different from devouring blood essence. When devouring blood essence, the blood meridian would absorb half of the energy and use it to strengthen itself. Only half of the essence would flow into Lu Ming's body. The fire spirit milk was different. All the energy surged into Lu Ming's body. Under the circulation of the flaming Vajra arts, the strength of Lu Ming's body was rapidly increasing. In just about 10 minutes, that small mouthful of fire spirit milk was completely refined, and he felt that his body had become stronger again. Moreover, he didn't feel any pain at all. If I had known earlier, I would have controlled my bloodline from the first bite. I wouldn't have to suffer so much. Lu Ming was full of regret. After resting for a while, he continued to refine the fire-transforming spiritual milk. A day later, about 2 to 3 tails of fire spirit milk had been refined. Lu Ming's physical body had broken through in one fell swoop and reached the first-grade physical body, reaching the initial success of the first-grade physical body. Boom! Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique. The dragon-shaped essential qi was like the water of a river, surging in Lu Ming's meridians without restraint. Boom! With genuine qi attached to his fist, he punched out. His fist passed through the air, creating a sonic boom. A transparent air wave rushed out. Strong. My body's quality is more than 10 times stronger than before. Whether it's my muscles, bones, meridians, or internal organs, they've all been strengthened by many times. The last time he was besieged by Yao Tianyu and his men, he was severely injured and took 7 to 8 days to recover. But now, Lu Ming believed that he would be fully recovered in 3 days. This was the benefit of having a strong body. Moreover, the combination of his physical body and Lu Ming's cultivation base had increased his combat strength by a large margin. Of course, if Lu Ming did not use his essential qi or martial arts techniques, a third-grade warrior would be able to defeat him easily if he fought with his physical body. The path of the physical body was not used as the main battle, but to support martial arts. I can't just focus on refining the fire spirit milk to improve my physical body. Otherwise, I won't be able to adapt to it all at once. I should go out and cultivate my spear arts now to get my physical body and martial arts in sync. I'll continue to cultivate my physical body after my physical body, true qi, and martial arts have perfectly integrated. Lu Ming then left the Supreme Shrine and returned to the central area to cultivate the fire-controlling spear technique. Just like that, Lu Ming cultivated his spear technique for a few days and refined some fire spiritual milk. As time passed, Lu Ming's spear technique and physical body were improving rapidly. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. On the 23rd day, Lu Ming had refined the 2 caddies of fire spirit milk. His physical body was improving at a rapid pace. He advanced from upper first grade to complete first grade and reached lower second grade. This had already surpassed the previous Zheng. Chapter 96. The Momentum of Heaven and Earth. Compared to the substantial improvement of his physical body, the improvement of the fire gun technique was slower. It was still 1 step away from the 3rd level. After all, it was a black-grade martial arts technique, and the difficulty of cultivating it was much more difficult than yellow-grade martial arts techniques. Lu Ming's cultivation had not improved much either. He had not been deliberately killing demonic beasts or devouring their blood essence these days. Therefore, his cultivation had only reached the peak of the early 8th grade master realm. He was still 1 step away from the middle 8th grade master realm. And in BSP, Lu Ming was practicing his spear techniques in the middle of the Southridge fire field. He waved his long spear like a dancing dragon, bringing with it the sound of air explosions. It was as if a hurricane was blowing within a 10-meter radius. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming felt that he was very close to the 3rd level. However, he was still lacking a little. It was like a layer of paper that he could not break through. Lu Ming's mind was immersed in the fire gun execution, trying his best to find the aura of a breakthrough. Boom, boom, boom. Right at this moment, a dull boom suddenly sounded. Lu Ming was shocked and stopped cultivating. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling sounds continued, and it was even more intense than before. Even the ground started to shake. Roar, roar. The roars of the demonic beasts were heard. Then Lu Ming saw that the demonic beasts seemed to have encountered something terrifying and were running for their lives. Boom, boom, boom. The shaking got louder, and the ground shook violently. Not good. Could it be a volcanic eruption? Let's go. Lu Ming's heart suddenly moved. Then he was greatly shocked. He turned around and ran outside. Along the way, he saw at least a few hundred demon beasts running from the depths to the periphery. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Ming ran to the outer area and stopped to look at the inner area. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering boom was heard and the ground shook violently. Then Lu Ming saw an unforgettable scene. A fiery red pillar of fire shot out from a mountain peak like a fire dragon, as if it was about to soar into the sky. The pillar of fire shot up into the sky, and then dispersed like an extremely beautiful firework. Thick smoke billowed and pillars of fire shot into the sky, dyeing the horizon red. Is this the power of a volcanic eruption? They were simply too powerful. All of them gathered together and exploded at once. Their might could break the heavens and earth. This kind of might was simply too shocking. Was this the power of nature? Can human strength contend against it? Lu Ming looked at the scene of the volcano, erupting in the distance in a daze. Fire, gather, burst, might. Lu Ming seemed to be in a daze. His eyes were staring straight at the volcano in front of him, as he mumbled to himself. Then, he couldn't help but take a step forward toward the central region. Boom! Boom! The volcano seemed to have accumulated too much energy, and was constantly erupting. Fiery red lava was constantly spewing out. The more Lu Ming walked towards the central region, the clearer he could see. The might was also clearer. And MBSB, hoo-hoo. When Lu Ming reached the central area, he could not help but wave his long spear and cultivate the fire gun controlling art. Fire magma explosion? Exploded? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered the sixth move of the fire gun controlling art. The sixth move was called explosion. This move was extremely powerful, but he had never succeeded in cultivating it. At this moment he suddenly understood it. Buzz! The long spear suddenly stabbed into the ground. At the same time, the true qi in his body madly gathered at the tip of the spear. It condensed and did not dissipate. When the long spear stabbed into the ground, all the true qi suddenly burst out. Boom! A huge crater over 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep was created on the ground. What a powerful force! Was this the explosion? Moreover, the fire gun art has finally advanced to the 3rd level. Lu Ming's face revealed a happy smile. Just now, not only did he successfully display the explosion, but his fire gun art also reached the 3rd level. However, the amount of true qi consumed by this move is too terrifying. Lu Ming smiled helplessly. The explosion technique he had just used had directly consumed a third of his true qi. It seemed that he couldn't use this move too often, and could only use it as a trump card. And in BSP, hoo-hoo. Following that, Lu Ming started to cultivate the fire gun controlling art. However, he stopped after 2 minutes. No, it doesn't feel right. Compared to a volcano, what I've comprehended is only its form and not its soul, or its power. Lu Ming frowned and pondered. Boom! 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 The volcano was still erupting with a terrifying might. Just by looking at it, one would feel a sense of fear. Right, this kind of might. I don't have this kind of might. Lu Ming's mind kept on thinking. His eyes were fixed on the erupting volcano in the distance, as if he was stunned. After an unknown amount of time, the volcanic eruption had stopped. However, he still stood there and pondered. In his mind, it was as if a volcano had appeared and was constantly erupting. Unknowingly, the long spear in Lu Ming's hands began to dance according to the moves of the fire gun controlling art. And in BSB, hoo-hoo. The spear's radiance whistled, and the long spear pierced through the air. Lu Ming cultivated tirelessly. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and his eyes lit up. That's right, the force of a volcano, the force of fire, is the force of control. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly thrust his spear. It was just an ordinary spear, and not any of the moves in the fire gun technique. However, there was a mysterious power contained in it. Boom! This move stabbed into the ground. The ground suddenly exploded, sending gravel flying, and a large pit appeared. This huge pit was not the slightest bit smaller than the one he had created with the explosion move. Force. This is the energy of the fire. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. He could not suppress the joy in his heart. This time, he had gained a lot from watching the volcanic eruption. Not only did he have a breakthrough in the fire gun control technique, but he also comprehended control force. Everything in the world had its own power. A mountain with the momentum of a mountain was majestic and vast. Water had the momentum of water. It could stir up huge waves and could also nurture life. The wind also had the momentum of the wind, which could destroy everything and change into nothing. Fire, of course, had its own momentum. It was scorching, violent, and destructive. Everything in the world had momentum. If a martial artist could comprehend it and use it, he could burst out with incredible power. Just now, Lu Ming's casual shot was actually as powerful as the explosion move. Then what if he added control force when he used the explosion? How powerful would it be? Lu Ming was extremely excited. He had never expected that he could actually comprehend the energy of control, the energy of fire. Force wasn't something that just anyone could comprehend. Only a small portion of extremely talented geniuses could comprehend it, and the number was astonishingly small. It was even rarer to be able to comprehend control force at the Master Realm. Since the establishment of the mystical sword sect, not many people had been able to do so. Chapter 97. The Newcomer King from a Year Ago. Thereafter, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. He only stopped after 3 days. I've completely mastered the force of fire. But the level of fire is still very low. I've only just started. In the future, I'll need to continue cultivating and comprehending it. It's time to go back. I've been in the southern fire field for more than 40 days. And there's less than a month left before the 4-month deadline I promised Feng Wu. I can't go back on my word. Yao Tianyu, just you wait. Out of habit, Lu Ming searched the surroundings and caught a demonic beast. He rode the demonic beast and quickly headed back to the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming returned to the mystical sword sect 5 days later. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're back. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he ran into Pang Shi and Hua Qi, who were walking out together. When Pang Shi saw Lu Ming, he smiled happily. Big Rock, where are you guys going? Lu Ming asked curiously. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're back just in time. There's going to be a show to watch. Feng Fenglai from the Onyx Tortoise Hall is going to fight his 10th battle on the bronze platform today. If he wins this battle, there'll be one more person on the bronze ranking. Pang Shi said excitedly. Feng Xinglia? Who is Feng Xinglia? Lu Ming had a puzzled look. No way. Lu Ming, you don't even know Feng Xinglia? Hua Qi looked at Lu Ming in disdain. Lu Ming touched his nose with a bitter smile and nodded. All right, I lose to you. Hua Qi was speechless. He pouted and said, Feng Xinglia was the Rookie King a year ago. Haven't you heard of him? The Rookie King from a year ago? Lu Ming's interest was immediately piqued. That's right. He was the Newcomer King from last year. Therefore this battle is very meaningful. Among the 2 batches of disciples, the first one started to enter the bronze rank. The others haven't grown up yet, so it has attracted a lot of attention. Hua Qi explained. After what had happened last time, Hua Qi's attitude towards him had completely changed. He no longer had a stinky face all day long, shouting that he would defeat him in the future. Interesting. Let's go together. Lu Ming was looking forward to it. How strong was the Newcomer King from a year ago? Moreover, he was originally going to the bronze platform. The 3 of them immediately rushed towards the bronze platform. The bronze platform was located in the middle of the 4 great academies. It was a battle platform. The bronze platform was surrounded by 4 huge stands that could accommodate 100,000 people. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the grandstand around the bronze platform was already packed with people. At a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. It's too lively. So many people have come. Pang Shi's eyes widened as he looked around. Lu Ming was also secretly amazed. There were only about 50,000 bronze disciples from the 4 great academies. This time, no less than 30,000 of them had come. It was clear how sensational this was. Other than a few who were out on missions or in seclusion, most of the people who knew about the news came. The 3 of them found a place to sit down, and the surrounding people began to discuss. Do you think Feng Xinglia will succeed in his challenge? The opponent is also a ruthless person with 9 consecutive victories. In my opinion, Feng Fenglai will definitely win. He was the new disciple king last year. He's terrifyingly talented. As the first disciple to enter the bronze rank in the last 2 batches, he must be very confident. I also think that Feng Xinglia will win. Didn't you see that Feng Xinglia had 9 consecutive battles yesterday? He won all 9 of them. His combat strength is terrifying. I don't think he has even used his full strength. 10 consecutive wins will definitely not be a problem. What I am more concerned about is whether Feng Xinglia will continue to challenge after he wins. Continue the challenge? Then I'll have to challenge the geniuses on the bronze rank. If that's the case, I'll have a good look today. Not only in this area, but the people around the bronze platform were also discussing this. Feng Xinglia was the first one to make it to the bronze rank, so he naturally attracted a lot of attention. Previously, the bronze ranking was filled with genius disciples who had joined the mystical sword sect 2 years ago. For example, Yao Tianyu had joined 2 years ago. Feng Xinglia is here. Suddenly someone shouted. Following that, the entire place fell silent. A young man in a yellow shirt was walking toward them from the northern entrance of the bronze platform. The young man had an ordinary appearance, but he was very young. He looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. With a long sword on his back, he slowly ascended the bronze platform. Then he stood there quietly. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked up to the bronze platform. This middle-aged man was the elder in charge of managing and presiding over the bronze platform. He was also the judge. He would sort out the situation of the duels on the bronze platform and report it to the sect. Feng Xinglia, your opponent today is Sun Guang. Sun Guang, please come up the stage. The middle-aged judge announced loudly, his voice reverberating throughout the entire court. Buzz! As soon as the judge finished speaking, the sound of air being torn could be heard. A young man of about 18 or 19 years old leaped up a few times and moved as fast as lightning. He was much faster than Lu Ming when he used the dragon serpent steps at full force. He landed on the bronze platform in an instant, displaying his extremely brilliant movement technique. So fast. With this kind of movement technique, I wouldn't even be able to react in time if I were to fight him. Many people sighed. Sun Guang leaped onto the bronze platform and stood opposite Feng Xinglia. Feng Xinglia, I didn't expect it to be a battle between the two of us. Haha, that's good. As long as I defeat you, I will be able to enter the bronze rank. Although you were the new generation king a year ago and have extraordinary talent, you are still too young. It's still too early for you to fight me. Sun Guang laughed. Someone said the same thing yesterday, but he couldn't block my sword. Feng Xinglia's calm voice came out of his mouth. He seemed very confident. Sun Guang's face suddenly darkened. I believe that everyone is aware of the rules of the bronze platform. However, I would like to re-explain the rules here. On the bronze platform, one is responsible for one's own life and death. However, as long as one person admits defeat, the battle will end. The other person is not allowed to continue attacking. If one violates this rule, all results will be cancelled. Also, you can use any means except for pills and other drugs to increase your combat strength. Now the battle begins. The middle-aged judge announced loudly, and then stepped aside. Buzz! As soon as the judge finished speaking, Sun Guang's body flashed, and he charged towards Feng Xinglia. He was even faster than when he was on the stage. Moon Shadow Light Splitting Sword Slash. When he was 10 meters away from Feng Xinglia, Sun Guang jumped up high and swung his sword. A dense, crescent-shaped sword chi slashed towards Feng Xinglia. What a powerful sword technique. This is definitely the 6th level of a yellow-grade upper-level martial arts technique. Someone near Lu Ming could not help but cheer. Lu Ming's gaze flickered slightly. He could tell that Sun Guang had not only cultivated the yellow-level upper-class sword technique to the 6th level, but his body technique was also at the 6th level of the yellow-level upper-class body technique. Furthermore, his cultivation was at the peak of the 9th grade master realm. With the addition of his bloodline, his combat strength could not be said to be weak. An existence that could obtain 9 consecutive victories was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 98. A new genius on the bronze list. Buzz! At this moment Feng Xinglia moved. With a sword cry, he unsheathed his sword. Not many people clearly saw how he pulled out the sword. Most people only heard the sound of the sword, and then saw a white sword light flash in the air. Then, everyone saw the dense sword chi that Sun Guang had slashed out disappear without a trace. Then, Sun Guang grunted and his body flew far away, falling on the fighting ring. What was going on? Many people looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. because it had happened too quickly. Many people only saw Sun Guang launch an attack, and then saw a flash of sword light, and Sun Guang flew out. What was happening? Did Sun Guang lose? On the side, Pang Shi was tongue-tied. Hua Qi was also puzzled. That's right, Sun Guang lost. He was defeated by Feng Xinglia with one strike. Look at Sun Guang's chest, there's a wound. Lu Ming answered. The person beside Lu Ming quickly looked over. Indeed, he saw a deep sword wound on Sun Guang's chest. Blood was flowing out continuously. Others might not have seen it clearly, but Lu Ming saw it clearly. Just now, Feng Xinglia pulled out his sword and attacked. With one strike, he destroyed all of Sun Guang's attacks, and left a wound on Sun Guang's chest. What a fast sword and what a powerful attack. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and he was somewhat amazed. He concluded that the sword technique that Feng Xinglia used was definitely a black-grade martial skill. In the fighting ring, Sun Guang struggled to get up. His face was still filled with shock. He cupped his fists and said, I've lost. Thank you for showing mercy, junior brother Feng. He knew that if Feng Xinglia didn't retract a part of his power, he would have been dead. Thanks for letting me win. Feng Xinglia cupped his fists. Sun Guang did not say anything more. He turned around and left the fighting ring, disappearing without a trace. If he was defeated, his past achievements would be cancelled, and he would have to accumulate them again. The middle-aged judge stepped forward and announced, Feng Xinglia is the winner of this battle. He's on the bronze list. Following the referee's announcement, the entire venue erupted into an uproar. He did it. Feng Fenglai did it. As a new disciple in the last 2 years, he was the first one to make it to the bronze rank. He's the representative of all the new disciples in the last 2 years. Amazing. Feng Xinglia is so amazing. He has entered the bronze rank in less than 2 years. He is indeed the king of the new disciples. Other than him, the others who have entered the sect in the past 2 years will need at least half a year to enter the bronze rank. That's right, the previous new generation king, Feng Xinglia, is considered extremely powerful. Do you guys think he'll continue to challenge? I really hope he continues to challenge. Did you see that more than half of the geniuses ranked below 30th on the bronze rank are here? Gasps of admiration could be heard all around. Pang Shi, who was standing beside Lu Ming, was also very excited. One day, I'll also be on the bronze list. Hua Qi clenched his fists and said confidently, Love-struck fool, I believe you can do it. Both you and senior brother Lu will be fine. I don't know if I will have a chance in this life. Pang Shi said longingly. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and said with a smile, Big Rock, you're working so hard. You can definitely do it. When Pang Shi had first joined the sect, he had been in the 9th grade warrior realm. After half a year of cultivation, he had broken through to the peak of the 1st grade master realm. Although his cultivation speed was not fast, he took it one step at a time, and his foundation was very solid. Feng Xinglai, you are now ranked 57th on the bronze list. You are qualified to challenge the geniuses on the bronze list. Do you still want to challenge them? The middle-aged judge asked. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Feng Xinglia. They were all very curious. Would he continue to challenge? Feng Xinglia didn't reply. He seemed to be thinking. Who do you think Feng Xinglia will challenge if he continues? It's hard to say, but he'll definitely challenge those who are ranked 45th and above on the bronze rank, because they're in the same class. That's right. If he wants to fight today, he can only challenge the geniuses on the bronze list. Look, Duan Muhu, who is ranked 55th, Yao Tianyu, who is ranked 51st, Yen Su, who is ranked 50th, and Ji Dong, who is ranked 48th, are all here. He is most likely to challenge them. Sounds of discussion and speculation rang out in the surroundings. Yao Tianyu. Lu Ming's gaze shifted. He followed the others' gazes and saw Yao Tianyu on the eastern grandstand. Yao Tianyu crossed his arms and sat there calmly. Beside him, there were more than a dozen minions. He Tai, the red-robed youth, and the others were all familiar faces. Senior brother Yao, do you think Feng Xinglia will challenge you? A young man asked. I don't know. Yao Tianyu replied indifferently. Then if Feng Xinglia challenges you, are you confident? The young man asked again. Although Feng Xinglia's sword of essence restoring is powerful, it's not enough to challenge me. Yao Tianyu replied confidently. That's for sure. How can this Feng Xinglia be a match for senior brother Yao? If he overestimates himself and challenges senior brother Yao, he's just looking for trouble. The red-robed young man immediately began to flatter him. Yao Tianyu smiled as he looked down at the fighting ring. On the fighting ring, Feng Xinglia pondered for a while and replied, I choose to continue the challenge. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the hall exploded. Everyone stared at Feng Xinglia, waiting to see who he would challenge. Feng Xinglia's eyes scanned the stands, and then landed on the west side. Duanmuhu, come down and fight, Feng Xinglia said loudly. On the west side of the stands, a burly young man stood up with a gloomy expression. Feng Xinglia, are you sure you want to challenge me? Of course, Feng Xinglia said. Haha, good. Feng Xinglia, I will make you regret your choice. Duanmuhu laughed in anger. It was not a glorious thing to be challenged by someone who had just entered the bronze rank. On the contrary, it was an embarrassing thing. It was simple. Being challenged meant that you were weak and looked down on. Bzz. Duanmuhu jumped down from the stands. With a few leaps, he crossed a distance of more than 100 meters and arrived on the fighting ring. The speed of his movement technique was no weaker than Sun Guang's. The two of them stood facing each other. I didn't expect Feng Fenglai to challenge Duanmuhu. This is going to be interesting, said an old disciple in his 20s not far from Lu Ming. Oh, how is it interesting? The others asked. Even Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and the others looked at him. The senior disciple felt proud that he had attracted so many people all of a sudden. Letting out a dry cough, he said, You guys should have seen it just now. Feng Xinglia's sword technique is extremely fast, and the power that burst out in an instant is extremely powerful. This sword technique is a black-grade low-level martial skill, Origin Sword. This sword technique is extremely powerful, but it has a weakness. It consumes a lot of true qi. If I can't defeat the enemy with one strike, I'll be in danger. Lu Ming nodded in his heart. This sort of returning to origin was quite similar to the explosion of the fire gun technique. Chapter 99. My battle has only just begun. The senior disciple continued to explain. However, the martial skill that Duanmuhu practices is the exact opposite of Feng Xinglia's. Duanmuhu practices a defensive black-grade low-level martial skill, Heavenly Tiger Body Protection Technique. One is for defense, and the other is for attack. Isn't this very interesting? Everyone came to a realization. Feng Xinglia and Duanmu were like a spear and a shield. They were the exact opposite. This battle would determine whether Feng Xinglia's spear attack was stronger or Duanmu, whose shield defense was stronger. Whoever was stronger would win. This situation was not only happening here, it was happening everywhere. Many senior disciples had been in the sect for 5 to 8 years. Their cultivation might not be high, but they had sharp eyes and knew a lot of information. Many people were even more interested now that they knew the martial techniques that the two were good at. Now let the battle begin, the judge announced and retreated to the side. Boom, boom, instantly, Feng Xinglia and Duanmu whose bodies exploded with powerful auras. Their auras collided in the air. At this moment Feng Xinglia moved. He unsheathed his long sword, and the sword light was like a bolt of lightning. It pierced through the air and stabbed towards Duanmu. One sword of essence restoring. This sword was even stronger than the previous one. That was because Feng Xinglia had activated his bloodline. 6 chakras meant a level 6 bloodline. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen a martial artist with level 6 blood meridian. This sword was extremely stunning. Everyone's eyes could not help but stare at it. Boom! Duanmu took a heavy step forward, followed by a tiger's roar. Around his body, 2 fierce tigers condensed from genuine qi appeared. The 2 ferocious tigers leaped and roared around Duanmu's body, surrounding him so tightly that not even water could escape. Feng Xinglia, let's see how you're going to break my defense. Duanmu roared. In an instant, Feng Xinglia's long sword pierced through Duan Muhu. Roar! The two tigers roared and blocked Duan Muhu's way, clashing with Feng Xinglia's sword. The point where the long sword and the fierce tiger met glowed with a piercing light. However, everyone was staring at the fighting ring and did not dare to look away, for fear of missing the exciting moment. This was definitely a battle that could be decided in one move. If Feng Fenglai could break through Duan Muhu's defense, then Feng Fenglai would definitely win. On the other hand, Duan Muhu would win. Would Feng Xinglia be able to break through Duan Muhu's defense? Boom! All of a sudden, a loud boom could be heard as Feng Xinglia and Duan Muhu crossed each other. Who won? Bang! Suddenly, Duan Muhu's body fell to his knees, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone could see that there was a deep gash on his chest, just like Sun Guang's. I've lost. Duan Muhu stood up and left without looking back. Duan Muhu was defeated, and the whole place was in an uproar. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Although it was only one move, it was the peak confrontation of attack and defense. Not bad, today's trip was not in vain. Do you guys think Feng Xinglia will continue to challenge? I don't think so. His bloodline has exploded. It's hard for him to recover in a short time. That's true. At the same time, the judge on the fighting ring announced Feng Xinglia's victory. Under the admiring and envious gazes of the audience, Feng Xinglia slowly walked down the fighting ring. Amazing, that's amazing. Senior brother Lu Ming, love-struck fool, let's go back. I must work harder in my cultivation and strive to be on the bronze ranking in the future. Pang Shi said with determination. Go back. The battle isn't over yet. Why should we go back? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The battle isn't over yet. Beside Lu Ming, Pang Shi, Hua Qi, and the others were all stunned. Wasn't the duel over? Lu Ming had not finished yet. Feng Xinglia's battle has ended, but mine has just begun. Lu Ming smiled, then got up and leaped down from the fighting ring. In a few breaths, Lu Ming floated up to the bronze platform. Lu, what is senior brother Lu Ming doing? Pang Shi said in a daze. The others were also stunned. It seems that Lu Ming wants to challenge the bronze platform today. At this moment, Hua Qi's eyes were extremely bright and shining. At the same time, he was also slightly shocked. What? Senior brother Lu Ming wants to challenge the bronze platform? Pang Shi was extremely shocked. The other people nearby were also shocked. The disciples of the 4 courtyards around the bronze platform were ready to leave the arena. They were all stunned when they saw a figure suddenly fly up the platform. Who is that? What are you doing on the bronze platform now? Wasn't that Lu Ming? This year's newcomer king Lu Ming. So he is Lu Ming. What does he want to do? Is he going to challenge the bronze platform? That's impossible, right? Even if he's the newcomer king, he's only this year's newcomer king. It's still too early for him to challenge the bronze stage. Not bad. There was a burst of discussion in the surroundings, but those who had wanted to leave sat back down. On the fighting ring, the middle-aged judge, who was about to leave, and Feng Xinglia, who had already walked to the edge of the fighting ring, both stopped. Lu Ming, what do you want to do on stage? The middle-aged judge asked with a smile. Elder, Lu Ming requests to challenge the bronze platform. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. As soon as he said that, the crowd instantly boiled over. Whoa, you really want to challenge the bronze platform? He's too arrogant and too anxious. Lu Ming is only the newcomer king this year, and he wants to challenge the bronze platform? You're too anxious. He's just a kid. From what I can see, he's just envious of Feng Xinglia's consecutive victories. That's why he's charging at Feng Xinglia. There's almost no chance of him winning if he challenges Feng Xinglia now. That's not necessarily true. I heard that 3 months ago, during the battle when he demolished the Star Moon Tower, he revealed that his combat strength was not weaker than a 9th grade master realm martial artist. So what? What was the use of a 9th grade master on the bronze platform? Which of the people on the bronze platform had combat strength lower than 9th grade master realm? I acknowledge Lu Ming's talent. However, he just joined the sect this year. In another year, I don't deny that he will be able to enter the bronze rank like Feng Feng Lai. But now it's almost impossible. Cultivation isn't enough to challenge the bronze platform. Cultivation can be improved quickly if you have some natural treasures. But martial arts and secret skills take time to comprehend. Those on the bronze list who can cultivate profound level martial arts techniques are all talented and spend a lot of time to comprehend them. Maybe he just wants to win a few more times before he stops. You'll stop after a few consecutive wins? He's the newcomer king, not an ordinary disciple. If he's going to give up after winning a few rounds, then he'd rather not go up the stage. That would be even more embarrassing. That's true. There was a clamor at the scene, but the discussion was almost one-sided. Everyone felt that Lu Ming was too impulsive and should not challenge now. He should lie low like Feng Xinglia and wait for his combat strength to reach a certain level before he exploded and shocked the world. In the southern stands, Pang Shi and the others were still in a daze. Hua Qiyu, how many consecutive wins do you think senior brother Lu Ming can achieve? Can you get on the bronze list? Pang Shi asked in a daze. Lu Ming, I really can't see through him anymore. However, he's not an impulsive person. Since he went up, he must have some confidence. Hua Qi said. Even though he said this, shock still remained in Hua Qi's eyes. That's true. I also believe in senior brother Lu Ming. Pang Shi scratched his head. Nearby, the others heard this and looked at them with disdain. They felt that the two of them were too blind. Chapter 100. Chapter 100 Settled with One Sword. On the East Grandstand. Lu Ming. It's that little bastard Lu Ming. He's really overestimating himself. He really came to challenge the bronze platform. The red-robed youth beside Yao Tianyu shouted. He is indeed overestimating himself, but it's just as well. We can send people to kill him. Senior brother Yao, what do you think? The other young man said coldly, then looked at Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu looked at Lu Ming on the platform, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sure. He had been looking for an opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming had come up to the bronze platform on his own, he would not let this opportunity go. In the stands in other directions, some geniuses on the bronze ranking also looked at Lu Ming with curious expressions. On the bronze platform. Lu Ming, are you really going to challenge the bronze platform? The middle-aged judge asked in surprise. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded again. All right, since you've decided, I won't stop you. Let the challenge begin. The middle-aged judge announced in a straightforward manner. At the side of the fighting ring, Feng Xinglia cast a curious glance at Lu Ming. His eyes glimmered, and he flew to the northern stands to watch with great interest. At this moment, the judge had already made the announcement, and the entire venue quieted down instead. Everyone began to watch seriously. The last newcomer king had just made it to the bronze rank, and now this year's newcomer king was challenging him again. It was really interesting. This had never happened before in the history of the mystical sword sect. How far could Lu Ming go? Many people were curious. Who wants to fight me first? Lu Ming looked around and said in a clear voice. The first 5 matches on the bronze stage were more casual, and anyone could go up and challenge them. However, after 5 rounds, it would be necessary for people with the same winning streak to fight each other. Otherwise, it would not be able to show their strength at all. The people below the 9th grade master realm fell silent. Although they felt that Lu Ming could not win more than a few rounds, Lu Ming's abilities were still there. A few months ago, he already had the combat strength of a 9th grade master. I'll fight you. A figure quickly jumped onto the fighting ring. It's Duanmu Jinming from the White Tiger Hall. It's said that his cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of the 9th grade master realm. As soon as this person went up the stage, there were cries around him. Duanmu Jinming was in his 20s. His face was pale and his eyes were malicious. He stared at Lu Ming and sneered. Lu Ming, you really don't know how to hold back. You actually came to challenge the bronze platform now. Haha, I'll make you stop in the first round. The newcomer king is going to challenge the bronze platform and stop in the first round. This will definitely create a record in the mystical sword sect, and will be remembered for centuries. Duanmu Jinming's tone was filled with mockery and mockery. Your Duanmu family is indeed the first to come. However, I've discovered that your Duanmu family has a common trait. You have no skills at all, but you're very good at boasting. Lu Ming said indifferently. The Duanmu family members were furious. Damn it, how dare you look down on my Duanmu family? Duanmu Jinming, cripple him. Let him know the power of the Duanmu family. Cripple him. Duanmu Jinming's eyes were also extremely gloomy. He said coldly, Lu Ming, you'll pay a painful price for what you said. Duanmu Jinming unsheathed his long sword, and a white sword light shot out from it. It was extremely sharp. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a huge sword that was as wide as a palm and 1.5 meters long appeared in his hand. Zheng had left this greatsword behind. There was no need to use the fire pattern gun to deal with such a small fry. Moreover, Lu Ming wanted to test if he could exert the power of the lustrous sword technique with such a huge sword after his physical body had improved. Alright, I don't need to say more about the rules. Let the battle begin. The middle-aged judge announced. Hurry up, I don't have that much time. There are still more than 10 matches to go. Lu Ming said calmly. His tone was full of disdain, as if he didn't take Duanmu Jinming seriously at all. He even said that there were more than 10 matches to go, as if he could really win 10 times in a row. Nest, you're really arrogant. That's right. He's too arrogant. However, the more arrogant he is, the more embarrassed he will be when he is defeated later. The surroundings were filled with discussions. Damn it, I'll cripple you. Duanmu Jinming roared in anger. He moved and continued to charge toward Lu Ming. Fierce tiger sword technique. Duanmu Jinming let out a long howl and swung his combat sword. The illusionary image of a ferocious tiger could be vaguely seen on the combat sword. It was extremely ferocious as it slashed toward Lu Ming. A middle 9th grade Master Realm cultivator only has this much strength? The corners of Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly, and he swung his sword. This strike was very direct. It was not a sword technique, but a casual slash. It was completely a brute force slash. Clang! This sword directly hit Duanmu Jinming's combat sword. Then, everyone saw that Duanmu Jinming's combat sword was bent and deformed, and the blade heavily hit Duanmu Jinming's own chest. Duanmu Jinming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Boom! With a loud boom, Duanmu Jinming's body flew backward like a cannonball. He flew more than 20 meters, and then slid more than 10 meters on the fighting ring before falling off. The entire place suddenly fell into a deathly silence, and the atmosphere seemed to have frozen at this moment. Many people were even loudly criticizing Lu Ming's arrogant words. However, at this moment their expressions froze. One sword. He had only used one sword. It was an ordinary sword, but Duanmu Jinming had been blown out of the fighting ring. Wasn't he too strong? Wasn't the difference too great? Alright, senior brother Lu Ming is the best. Pang Shi reacted and shouted in excitement. At this moment, the others also reacted. Isn't he too powerful? Finishing Duanmu Jinming with one move? Indeed. It seems like I've underestimated Lu Ming. In my opinion, Lu Ming should be at the late stage of the 9th grade Master Realm, or even the peak of the 9th grade Master Realm. With this strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to win 5 times in a row. The newcomer king is the newcomer king. We've underestimated him. Many people's faces turned grave. Those who had belittled Lu Ming earlier felt their faces turn red. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and fight? Lu Ming did not even look at Duanmu Jinming, who had just left the fighting ring. He continued to look around. I'll do it. Then, a young man jumped onto the fighting ring. Junior brother Lu Ming, please guide me along. The young man was at the late 9th grade Master Realm, but he did not dare to look down on Lu Ming anymore. He cupped his fists and said politely, Sure, please. Lu Ming said with a smile. Boom! This young man was using an iron rod, and when he waved it, it whistled through the air with extraordinary power. Lu Ming was slightly more polite to this young man. He used 10 moves before he blasted him off the fighting ring. 2 consecutive wins. Chapter 101. Chapter 101 Sweeping all the way. On the eastern stands, Yao Tianyu's face darkened. The rest of the people's faces were also extremely ugly. Damn it. Lu Ming's cultivation has improved so much in just a few months. Senior brother Yao, you must kill him. Otherwise, he might really make it to the bronze rank after some time. The red-robed young man said. Why don't we let Jiang Hao go? A young man suggested. Yao Tianyu nodded and instructed. Jiang Hao, you go up. Don't hold back. Don't give Lu Ming a chance to admit defeat. On the side, a thin youth laughed coldly and said, Senior brother Yao, don't worry. I won't give him the chance to say the words, I admit defeat. Then like a ghost, his body flickered a few times and appeared on the fighting ring. Isn't this Jiang Hao? Jiang Hao from the Azure Dragon Hall. Yes, that's him. Why did he make a move? Lu Ming is in danger. A year ago, Jiang Hao had achieved 5 consecutive victories. However, for some reason, he has not participated in the Bronze Platform Challenge this year. Hence, his results were automatically cancelled. However, his ability is definitely above 5 consecutive victories. It seems like Yao Tianyu has made a move. Lu Ming has once offended Yao Tianyu. Let's see how Lu Ming will deal with this. As soon as Jiang Hao went on stage, there was a heated discussion. Did Yao Tianyu ask you to come up? Lu Ming looked at Jiang Hao. Just now, he had seen Jiang Hao's figure beside Yao Tianyu. Hee. Lu Ming. I wasn't around when we were at the Star Moon Tower the last time. Otherwise, you would have been a corpse by now. But it's not too late now. If you want to admit defeat, do it now. Wait a moment. I won't give you any chance. Jiang Hao laughed coldly. This sentence is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Lu Ming said indifferently. At that moment, the judge announced the start of the match. Buzz. As soon as the judge finished speaking, Jiang Hao's figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already more than 20 meters away. Then in a flash, he was in front of Lu Ming. His figure was as fast as a ghost. Buzz. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly drew a long sword from his waist. This was a soft sword, one wrapped around Jiang Hao's waist. At this moment, it was suddenly pulled out, making it impossible to guard against. In addition, Jiang Hao's movement technique was extremely fast. He was like an assassin walking in the dark. Generally, even if one's cultivation was higher than his, they would still fall for his tricks. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was not an ordinary person. Ultimate Flowing Light. Lu Ming used the huge sword to perform the fastest move of the lustrous sword technique. In the past, he had used a thin sword to perform the lustrous sword technique, and the sword whistle was sharp and dense. Now he used a giant sword. The speed was equally fast, but the sword whistle was like thunder. Puchi! A head flew high into the air, and then rolled down the fighting ring, leaving a headless corpse on the fighting ring. Blood splattered everywhere. One move after another, Jiang Hao, who had won 5 consecutive victories, was killed on the fighting ring. This time, even some geniuses on the bronze list looked serious. What a fast swordsmanship, and what powerful strength. This Lu Ming's swordsmanship cultivation is actually average. However, his explosive power is too strong, causing the speed of his swordsmanship to increase by a large margin. He killed Jiang Hao with a single slash. Could he have cultivated the body-tempering Tao? The geniuses on the bronze list murmured to themselves ears. Lu Ming wins. The middle-aged judge announced. Then, he called for people to clean up the fighting ring and carry Jiang Hao's body away. Bang! On the eastern stands, Yao Tianyu slammed the armrest of his seat. True energy gushed out and shattered the armrest. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Ming should have cultivated the body-tempering path. Itai said. That's right. He must have cultivated the body-tempering path. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such explosive power. However, he didn't cultivate the body-tempering path last time. In just 3 months, his body can't be that strong. Itai, if Lu Ming wins 8 matches in a row, go up and finish him off. Yao Tianyu ordered. N. He Tai nodded. At this moment, Lu Ming cast his gaze toward the east grandstand. Yao Tianyu, why did you send your men to their deaths? Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. Lu Ming said in a clear voice. Provocation. This was a blatant provocation. Everyone's gaze shifted from Lu Ming to Yao Tianyu. They could not help but recall the grudge between Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu more than 3 months ago. This is getting interesting. Many people revealed looks of anticipation. This year's newcomer king was too domineering. He actually dared to speak to Yao Tianyu like that. Who knew what the consequences would be? Ha ha ha. Yao Tianyu laughed out of anger, the killing intent in his eyes unconcealed. He sneered, Lu Ming, I really hope that you can win 10 matches in a row and challenge me on the bronze rank. Then, I'll let you know what despair is. Yao Tianyu, you and your dog are really the same. Just now, Jiang Hao told me to admit defeat as soon as possible, otherwise I wouldn't have a chance. In the end, the facts have proven that he is just a useless person with a mouth full of nonsense. Now you are the same. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Lu Ming, let's see who's the one spouting nonsense. Yao Tianyu snorted coldly. His face darkened, but he did not say anything more. Lu Ming smiled faintly and looked around. Now who is going to fight me? The scene fell silent. They looked at each other, and for a moment, no one went up. Lu Ming's combat strength was also revealed just now. Jiang Hao was killed by a single sword. He definitely had the strength to win 7, or even 8 times in a row. Who would go up and look for a beating? After a long while, a young man jumped onto the fighting ring. However, the young man was very polite. He cupped his fists and said, Junior brother Lu Ming is a dragon among men. I know that I'm no match for you, but I can't help but want to spar with you. I hope that you'll show mercy. As the saying went, one should not slap a smiling face. Since he was being polite, Lu Ming smiled and said, You're welcome. Let's have a spar then. The young man was not weak either. After the start of the competition, Lu Ming deliberately went easy on him. After exchanging more than 10 moves with him, the young man admitted defeat. Following that, there were no obstacles at all. 5 wins, 6 wins, 7 wins. In the end, he won 8 times in a row. The people behind him had no grudges with Lu Ming, and were very polite to him. Therefore, Lu Ming did not unleash much of his strength, and only won by a slight advantage. In particular, in the 8th battle, he fought against a young expert who had won 7 times in a row. Lu Ming even suppressed his cultivation, and exchanged more than 30 moves with him, before he won by a slight margin. This made many people think that Lu Ming's combat strength should be around 8 consecutive wins. Lu Ming smiled faintly. If he did not do this, how could he catch a big fish? He Tai, I have a rough idea of Lu Ming's abilities. You can make your move. Yao Tianyu ordered. Don't worry, senior brother Yao. I'll break all the bones in his body. He Tai smiled cruelly, and went up the fighting ring. Chapter 102. Fighting He Tai empty-handed. He Tai has made his move. It's really him. This is going to be interesting. He Tai's body is extremely tough, and his close combat ability is extremely strong. Lu Ming seems to have cultivated the body tempering path as well. Between the two of them, who do you think will win? It's hard to say. It's been a few months since He Tai won 8 consecutive victories. He must be stronger now. However, Lu Ming, this year's newcomer king, has risen too quickly. It's really shocking. No one knows if he has any trump cards. Therefore, it's hard to say for sure what will happen in this battle. Yup, I didn't come here in vain. Everyone was staring at the fighting ring with great interest. Lu Ming had exceeded everyone's expectations. He was just a new disciple this year, but he had won 8 consecutive battles. As long as he won 2 more matches, he would be able to enter the bronze ranking. This was a rare sight in the history of the mystical sword sect. What everyone was concerned about was whether he could win or not. Would He Tai be able to stop him? On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and He Tai stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, You were saved by Mulan last time. Let's see who can save you this time. Hitai revealed a cruel smile. Lu Ming touched his forehead speechlessly and said, Look, here you go again. I said birds of a feather flock together. Did Yao Tianyu teach you this? Let me teach you. It's the right of the strong to say such words. The weak have no right to say such things. Ha ha. There was a burst of laughter from the surroundings. Lu Ming's words were obviously mocking Yao Tianyu. This was too interesting. You'll soon understand who's the strong one. Itai's expression was extremely dark as he spoke. Oh really? What you're good at is nothing more than your body and your fists. Then I'll use my fists to compete with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and the giant sword disappeared. He was facing Hitai with his bare hands. This action caused the scene to fall into a clamor again. What? Lu Ming isn't using any weapons. He wants to fight Hitai with his fists? That's not wise. That's not wise. Lu Ming has underestimated his enemy. Isn't he using his own weakness against the enemy's strength? He's still young, so he's still too careless. I don't think so. Lu Ming doesn't seem like an unwise person. On the East Grandstand. Haha, Lu Ming is really courting death. I didn't expect him to be so stupid to compete with Hitai in fist combat. Stupid, I thought he was a big shot. Beside Yao Tianyu, the red-robed young man, and the others laughed mockingly. Yao Tianyu's eyes flickered, and his brows furrowed slightly, but he did not say anything. On the fighting ring, Hitai was ecstatic when he saw that Lu Ming had put away his sword. He shouted, Lu Ming, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your word later. Initially, he was only 60 to 70% confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. However, now that Lu Ming had abandoned his combat sword, he immediately felt that he had 100% confidence that he could kill Lu Ming. How could he not be happy? Lu Ming. This was the typical rhythm of seeking death. Don't worry. Lu Ming, never go back on my word. But don't admit defeat later. Lu Ming said with an inexplicable smile on his lips. Don't worry. If I admit defeat today, I'll roll down from here. Hitai said immediately, as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his words. However, in the stands, Yao Tianyu's brows furrowed even more. He did not know why, but when he saw Lu Ming's calm and composed expression, the bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. The judge announced the start of the match. Haha, take this. Hitai roared, his muscles bulging. There was a layer of faint black light on his skin, making his muscles look like pieces of black iron. Hitai looked like a steel monster. Bang! Bang! Hitai strode forward, each step covering a distance of 10 meters. Every step he took on the fighting ring made a violent boom. Within a few breaths, Hitai was in front of Lu Ming. His huge fist was aimed at Lu Ming's head, and a cold smile hung on his face. At this moment, Lu Ming threw a punch at Hitai's fist. Boom! Chapter 103, 10 Consecutive Wins. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th grade master realm. In addition to the power of the true war dragon technique, his true chi cultivation had already surpassed that of a peak 9th grade master. On the other hand, Lu Ming's physical body had reached lower tier rank 2, while Hitai's was only at complete rank 1. Lu Ming had surpassed Hitai in both aspects. Therefore, Lu Ming did not even use his full strength, and he could easily suppress Hitai. Hitai, with your strength, you still have the nerve to call yourself an expert? I've said it before, you and Jiang Hao are no different. Lu Ming's voice rang out, causing Hitai to roar even more furiously. He charged at Lu Ming with all his might. I'm done playing with you, it's almost time to end. Lu Ming said softly, and then increased his strength by a few points. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming kept casting the flame dragon fist. His fists were wrapped in a ball of red essential chi. With every punch, a faint dragon's roar could be heard. Hitai could not block it at all, and his figure kept retreating. After a dozen or so punches, Hitai felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hitai was going to be defeated. Everyone in the audience watched this scene in silence. They knew that Hitai's defeat was already set in stone, and there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. Bang! Bang! After a few more punches, Hitai's body trembled continuously, and blood flowed out of his body. At this moment, he really wanted to admit defeat, but when he thought of what he had just said, he forced himself to swallow the words admit defeat. Lu Ming sneered and suddenly added another force. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking came from Hitai's arm as he retreated. Lu Ming rushed forward and punched Hitai in the stomach. Hitai let out a blood-curdling screech as his sturdy body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. He fell heavily on the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to Hitai's side. He looked down at Hitai and smiled faintly. Did you just say that you want to break my bone armor? I'm not. No, there's no such thing as Zhang. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Hitai looked at Lu Ming's cold gaze and felt a chill in his heart. He was so shocked that he quickly shouted, I admit defeat. He knew that if he did not admit defeat, Lu Ming would really break his bones. Oh, he admitted defeat? Then get off the stage. You said it yourself. If you break the contract, I don't mind breaking it too. Lu Ming sneered. Hitai's expression was extremely unsightly. He had indeed said that if he admitted defeat, he would roll down the fighting ring. But at that time, he thought that he would definitely win. He had never thought that he would lose, so he said that. Now that he had really lost, how could he tell him to get out of the fighting stage in front of so many people? However, if he did not do it, Lu Ming could totally use this as an excuse to continue attacking him. Lu Ming, don't go too far. It's better to leave some room for others. In the stands, Yao Tianyu stood up and said coldly, Leave a way out. Yao Tianyu, why haven't I seen you show mercy in the past? Now, your people are lying at my feet like dogs, and I'm standing up and saying that you should leave a way out. What kind of bullshit logic are you talking about? Lu Ming glanced at Yao Tianyu and shouted. Yao Tianyu's face instantly turned extremely ugly and gloomy. Yao Tianyu, you don't have to waste your breath. It's your turn soon. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he turned his gaze away from Yao Tianyu and continued to look at Hitai. Are you going to get lost or not? If you don't, I'll personally make you get lost. After saying that, he raised his foot and was about to step on Hitai. The middle-aged judge didn't say a word during the process. He had to uphold any agreement made on the fighting stage. Wait, I'll get lost. I'll get lost. Hitai suddenly shouted. Compared to having all the bones in his body broken by Lu Ming, he ultimately chose to roll. Immediately, he rolled around on the fighting ring in humiliation. His movements were clumsy and ridiculous. He rolled dozens of times before falling off the fighting ring with a plop. Everyone present was dumbfounded. After a long while, they burst into laughter. Hitai's face was completely red, and he was so embarrassed that he could no longer stay there. He ran out of the bronze platform. After today, Hitai would become a laughingstock. On the grandstand, Yao Tianyu's killing intent was so thick that it could not be dispersed. Hitai was his man. If Hitai lost face, he would lose face as well. Lu Ming, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. Yao Tianyu roared in his heart, his killing intent incomparably sharp. At that moment, the judge announced that Lu Ming had won. 9 consecutive wins. Lu Ming had already achieved 9 consecutive wins, and was only 1 step away from 10 consecutive wins. Countless people revealed looks of anticipation. In the history of the mystical sword sect, there were not many people who could enter the bronze ranking in their first year. In the past 10 years there was only one. He was one of the gold disciples of the mystical sword sect, the strongest among all the disciples, one of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes, Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji was a true peerless genius. Could Lu Ming achieve that? In the next round, Lu Ming will be fighting against an expert with 9 consecutive wins. Who among you with 9 consecutive wins will come up for a fight? The middle-aged judge announced. For a long time no one spoke. 9 consecutive wins was only 1 match away from 10 consecutive wins. Of course, he had to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain if he lost. Lu Ming's abilities were unfathomable. The disciples who had won 9 times in a row would not go up easily if they were not confident. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one came forward, the judge said, "All right, since no one has taken the initiative to come up, I'll draw lots. Whoever I draw will have to come up." This was also one of the rules of the bronze platform, which was to force people to fight. Otherwise, if some people were too strong to fight, they wouldn't be able to enter the bronze ranking. After the judge finished speaking, someone immediately went up the stage and handed him a box. Inside the box were the names of all the disciples who had won 9 consecutive victories. The judge fumbled around randomly. After a while, he took out a bamboo stick with a name on it. "Wu Hao, you go up and fight." The judge's voice echoed throughout the entire arena. On the west side of the stands, a young man stood up with a helpless look on his face. Since he had been chosen, he could only fight. With a few leaps, Wu Hao reached the fighting ring. "Junior brother Lu, please." Wu Hao cupped his fists, his expression extremely solemn. Lu Ming could easily suppress He Tai, and this made him feel very pressured. "Please," Lu Ming said. When the judge announced the start of the match, the two of them began to fight. For Wu Hao to be able to obtain 9 consecutive wins, he naturally had real ability. His movement technique and sword technique were both of the upper yellow level, and he had already cultivated them to the 6th level. His talent could not be said to be lacking. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lu Ming, and was destined to lose. Lu Ming did not use his full strength. He used the huge sword in his hand to display the lustrous sword technique. He fought with Wu Hao for dozens of moves before he defeated him. 10 consecutive wins. After defeating Wu Hao, it meant 10 consecutive wins. 10 consecutive wins meant that one would be on the bronze list. The crowd was boiling. Chapter 104, Get Down Here. The entire bronze platform was in an uproar. Lu Ming had really made it onto the bronze ranking. Today 2 new students had made it to the bronze rank. One was from the previous batch, and the other was from this batch. This had never happened in the history of the mystical sword sect. Many people cheered that they had not come in vain. They had come today to see if Feng Xinglia could make it onto the bronze rank. In the end, Feng Xinglia lived up to expectations and successfully made it onto the bronze rank. He even defeated Duanmu Hu, who was ranked 55th. Originally, they had thought that it would end like this. However, the truth was that it had not ended. It was because Lu Ming had stepped onto the fighting ring. In the beginning, no one was optimistic about Lu Ming's chances. They thought that Lu Ming had stepped onto the fighting ring on impulse, after seeing Feng Xinglia's glory. However, it turned out that they were all wrong. Lu Ming had displayed his superb combat abilities and swept through the crowd. He had made it to the bronze rank directly, shocking everyone. Many of them had said with certainty that Lu Ming was arrogant, overconfident, and that it was impossible for him to succeed. Now they had been slapped in the face by the facts. However, they did not care anymore. They were all excitedly releasing the excitement in their hearts. Whoa, this is too strong. He managed to enter the bronze ranking in his first year. In the past 10 years, only senior brother Feng Wuji has managed to do it. Who is senior brother Feng Wuji? He's a peerless genius, one of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun sect. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to do it. Could he be a genius on the same level as senior brother Feng Wuji? That's not necessarily true. Some people are powerful in the early stages, but may not have such strong potential in the later stages. However, Lu Ming's current performance is indeed very strong. Actually, other than senior brother Feng Wuji, Duanmu Lin from the White Tiger Hall can do it as well. However, his bloodline was awakened too early, and he was promoted to a Silavira disciple. That's why he didn't try for the bronze rank. Oh, I've heard of this before. As the newcomer king this year, Lu Ming had won 10 consecutive matches. Many disciples had already begun to compare him with the strongest geniuses in the past. Senior brother Lu Ming is mighty. He's invincible. In the southern grandstand, Pang Shi roared excitedly. his face flushed with excitement. Brother, do you know senior brother Lu Ming? Someone nearby asked Pang Shi. When he addressed Lu Ming, he had already added the word senior brother. Of course. Senior brother Lu Ming, and I live in the same courtyard. We're roommates. Pang Shi said proudly. He's actually senior brother Lu Ming's roommate? Junior brother Pang, if there's a chance in the future, please introduce us to senior brother Lu Ming. The other disciples said immediately. In the mystical sword sect, many things would be much easier if he had a backer. Lu Ming, a disciple who had just joined the sect this year, had displayed shocking talent. Given time, no one knew what level he would reach. Many smart people were already thinking of ways to get closer to Lu Ming. Haha, I can try, but I can't guarantee that senior Lu Ming won't have the time. Pang Shi said as he touched his head. That's for sure. The others chimed in. Beside Pang Shi, Huaqi's eyes were also filled with shock. At the same time, there was also a deep admiration. The geniuses on the bronze ranking all had different expressions on their faces. For example, Yin Su, who was ranked 50th, and Jidong, who was ranked 48th, both had extremely serious expressions. On the other hand, Feng Xinglia's eyes were glistening as he looked at Lu Ming with surprise and admiration, as well as a strong desire to fight. As for Yao Tianyu, his face was extremely gloomy, and at the same time, killing intent flashed in his eyes. As for the geniuses who were ranked higher on the bronze list, their eyes lit up. No one knew what they were thinking. Do you think Lu Ming will continue to challenge? I think so. Didn't you see? He had previously provoked Yao Tianyu by name. I guess he will definitely challenge Yao Tianyu. If he really challenges Yao Tianyu, that would be interesting. Actually, I think it would be more interesting if he were to challenge Feng Xinglia. Both of them would be the new generation king. Yes. Around them, the disciples of the four courtyards began to guess whether Lu Ming would continue to challenge them. The middle-aged judge announced, Lu Ming, you've won 10 battles in a row, and have made it onto the bronze ranking. According to the rules, you're now ranked 58. I'll report this to the sect. Now, do you still want to continue the challenge? The middle-aged judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. His eyes were filled with surprise. He had hosted the bronze platform for many years, and had seen all kinds of geniuses. However, people like Lu Ming were extremely rare. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. They wanted to know who Lu Ming would challenge. Could it be Yao Tianyu? As expected, Lu Ming's gaze turned to Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu looked at Lu Ming coldly. Yao Tianyu, 3 months ago, I said that I wanted to fight you. However, at that time, you were high and mighty, saying that I was not qualified to fight you. Now do I have the right? Lu Ming looked at Yao Tianyu and said word by word. Lu Ming, I admit that you're quite talented. You're indeed qualified to challenge me now. But do you think? Yao Tianyu said in a deep voice. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Come down and fight me. Lu Ming interrupted Yao Tianyu's words and shouted loudly in an overbearing manner. Giggle. When had Yao Tianyu ever enjoyed such treatment? He was interrupted by Lu Ming halfway through his sentence, and was even told to get lost for a fight. He felt a towering anger suffocating his chest, and almost caused internal injuries. He clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. Lu Ming, do you dare to fight to the death? Yao Tianyu let out a furious roar. Just what I want, get down. Lu Ming's fighting spirit was strong, and he was not afraid at all. Bzzz. Yao Tianyu's figure flickered, and he appeared on the fighting ring, standing opposite Lu Ming. Do you really want to have a life-and-death battle? The middle-aged judge asked. Not bad. Lu Ming said firmly. I'll kill Lu Ming in a battle of life and death. Yao Tianyu said coldly. All right, then let's have a life-and-death battle. We won't stop until one of us is dead. The middle-aged judge announced. In a life-and-death battle, one person would definitely die. No matter who died, it would be a great loss to the mystical sword sect. However, the path of martial arts was full of thorns and difficulties. Every peak expert was tempered through life and death. The middle-aged judge, and the higher-ups of the mystical sword sect knew this very well, so they would not stop the death duel between the disciples. No matter how much of a genius he was, as long as it was a fair fight, they would not stop him. If 10 geniuses died in battle, and a peerless expert was born, it would be worth it. As the judge's voice fell, the atmosphere in the stadium was once again ignited and boiling. Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu were going to have a life-and-death battle. This meant that only one of them could leave the fighting ring today. Between the two of them, who would win? Yao Tianyu himself was a super genius. 2 years ago in the newcomer's trial, he was one of the popular candidates to compete for the newcomer king. Now he was only 17 years old, but he had already reached this level of cultivation, which was extremely rare. As for Lu Ming, he was a super genius among super geniuses. He was this year's newcomer king. In his first year, he had already made it to the bronze rank. In the clash between the two, who would have the last laugh? Chapter 105. The Great Battle with Yao Tianyu. Love-struck fool, do you think senior brother Lu Ming can win? In the southern grandstand, Pang Shi could not help but worry for Lu Ming. I don't know. Hua Qi shook his head. It's been a long time since Yao Tianyu fought. Although he's only ranked 51st, no one knows if he has any trump cards. But I guess that even if he does, he won't be much stronger than Lu Ming. Hua Qi said. Why? Pang Shi asked. Because Yao Tianyu was afraid. Are you afraid? He's going to have a life-and-death battle with Lu Ming. Why would he be afraid? Pang Shi asked in surprise. It's precisely because he wants to have a life-and-death battle that he is afraid. Lu Ming is too talented. Yao Tianyu knows that if he doesn't get rid of Lu Ming now, he will not have a chance in the future. He is afraid of Lu Ming's talent. That's why he wants to get rid of Lu Ming now. Hua Qi analyzed. Isn't Lu Ming in danger? Pang Shi's expression changed. Not necessarily Lu Ming. I've seen through him from the beginning. Hua Qi said. Just then, a few graceful figures appeared in the southern stands. It was Mulan, Feng Wu and the others. It was obvious that they had rushed over after receiving the news that Lu Ming was challenging the bronze platform. Elder Mulan, senior sister Feng Wu. Pang Shi immediately greeted him when he saw him. Mulan, Feng Wu, and the others went up to Pang Shi and the others made way for them. Lu Ming has really made it onto the bronze ranking. But isn't it a little too hasty to have a life-and-death battle with Yao Tianyu now? Feng Wu was both amazed and worried. Don't worry. Lu Ming is very meticulous and not so impulsive. Moreover, since the first day I met him, he has repeatedly exceeded my understanding. I believe that he will not disappoint me today. Mulan smiled. Her smile was incomparably charming, causing some of the hot-blooded male disciples to stare with their mouths agape. Some of them even drooled. It was too alluring. At this moment, not only Mulan and the others, but some other people had also come to the stands. Even a few more geniuses on the bronze rank had come. Clearly, they had all rushed over after hearing the news. Boom! Boom! At that moment, on the fighting ring, Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu both released a powerful aura. Their auras collided in the air, forming a strong wind that swept through the surroundings. Lu Ming, I'll let you see my true abilities now. Yao Tianyu howled, and a saber appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and slashed at Lu Ming. A ray of saber radiance burst out. The pale white saber radiance was more than 10 meters long. It cut through the air and the space, slashing toward Lu Ming's head with a terrifying aura. The martial technique that made Yao Tianyu famous, black-grade low-level saber technique, wind-breaking 8 slashes. As soon as Yao Tianyu made his move, someone cried out in surprise. As expected, I've successfully cultivated a profound rank martial skill. Let me test its power. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He stomped on the ground heavily and shot forward, his sword slashing at Yao Tianyu's saber. For the time being, he didn't need to use his spear technique. Lu Ming was extremely strong. The huge sword in his hand was as light as a feather. The giant sword slashed out and destroyed Yao Tianyu's blade light. The giant sword then heavily hit Yao Tianyu's saber. Clang! An earth-shattering boom rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. The two of them quickly retreated at the same time. The first move was a tie. He blocked it. Lu Ming actually blocked Yao Tianyu's black level saber technique. Lu Ming must have cultivated the path of body tempering. With his strong physical body and the integration of martial arts, he was able to unleash a powerful combat power. That's how he managed to block Yao Tianyu's black level saber technique. Physical body against black level saber techniques. Who is stronger? The disciples of the four halls were all staring at the scene. Lu Ming, let's see how many of my attacks you can block. Yao Tianyu let out a long howl and attacked like a tidal wave. Saber radiance burst forth and tore through the air, aiming for Lu Ming once again. Lu Ming wielded his huge sword and engaged Yao Tianyu in a fierce battle. Clang! Clang! Violent collisions kept happening, and the sound of explosions continued. The powerful saber radiance and sword chi surged out, forming a powerful storm that swept in all directions. At the same time, sword chi and saber radiance slashed the fighting ring. However, the fighting stage was extremely hard, and there were even inscriptions on it. Even martial grandmasters couldn't break it. Sword chi and saber light didn't leave a mark on it. The battle was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 30 moves, and neither of them had a clear winner. Yao Tianyu, it seems that you've only cultivated the black level saber technique to the second stage. If that's all you've got, then you should just die. Lu Ming let out a long howl as his essential chi surged. He exerted all his strength, and the strength of his essential chi and physical body exploded. Of course, Lu Ming did not display the blood meridian and the fire force. Buzz! The combat sword cut through the void, making a terrifying buzzing sound. This sword was much stronger than the previous one. Lu Ming did not use his full strength just now. Someone exclaimed. Yao Tianyu's eyes narrowed. Then, a blood-red light flashed on his body, and a huge mantis with 5 blood-red chakras appeared. Then, the mantis burrowed itself into Yao Tianyu's body, and the aura on Yao Tianyu's body intensified. Bloodline explosion. Yao Tianyu's bloodline was that of the dual-blade mantis, which greatly enhanced his blade techniques. With the activation of his bloodline, Yao Tianyu's blade techniques became even sharper and more powerful. Clang! There was another explosion, and the two of them retreated again. After Lu Ming took a step back, he stomped on the ground and charged forward again. Yao Tianyu did the same. The two of them were like two cannonballs, heavily crashing together. Clang! Clang! In just a few breaths, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. At the scene, everyone held their breath as they watched unblinkingly. It was too intense and exciting. Boom! With another move, the two of them trembled and slid back a dozen meters before they could stabilize themselves. Yao Tianyu, is this your full strength? I'm really disappointed. As soon as 2 minutes are up, your bloodline power will disappear, and you won't be able to fight me. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, the entire venue was filled with whispers. Lu Ming was right. Once the time for Yao Tianyu's blood meridian outbreak was over, how was he going to fight Lu Ming? How can this be? How can Lu Ming be so powerful? The few young men who followed Yao Tianyu shouted in disbelief. Ha ha, Lu Ming, I admit that you're very strong. It's not bad that you can force me to this point. Now I'll show you my true strength. I was planning to use it in the great competition of the 4 courtyards in 2 months. It's your honor to use it on you. At this moment, Yao Tianyu was not afraid. Instead, he laughed out loud. Then, Yao Tianyu took a step forward, and the fighting ring rumbled. Yao Tianyu's muscles quickly bulged, and a faint black light appeared on his skin, making him look like a black iron. Chapter 106. Chapter 106 Profound Level Martial Arts Technique. I know it too. Lu Ming, don't think that you're the only one who has cultivated the body tempering path. Yao Tianyu let out a long howl. With a bang, Yao Tianyu's body was like a huge piece of iron. He charged at Lu Ming and slashed at him. The saber light howled and shook the world. The Tao of body refinement. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He exploded with all his strength and blocked the attack with the giant sword. Boom! When the huge sword and Yao Tianyu's saber clashed, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming force surging toward him, and his body slid back by more than 10 meters. He only felt his body go numb. The path of body cultivation. Yao Tianyu has also cultivated the path of body cultivation. He's cultivating the same body cultivation technique as He Tai. Judging from the level of control, he's not weaker than He Tai. With a strong body and black level saber techniques, Lu Ming is finished. He's no match for him. That's right. With his strong body and black level saber technique, his combat power is too strong. Yao Tianyu's ranking on the bronze rank is definitely not just 51st. In my opinion, he can be ranked in the 40s. Lu Ming can't possibly fight against him. Lu Ming is in danger. What a pity for such a genius. I don't think so. Maybe Lu Ming has also cultivated a black-level martial arts technique? Idiot. Lu Ming has also cultivated a black-level martial arts technique? How is this possible? Do you think profound grade martial arts techniques are so easy to cultivate? How long has it been since Lu Ming entered the sect? One's cultivation level can be increased rapidly by relying on rare treasures or fortuitous encounters. However, martial arts techniques rely on one's comprehension and time. Although Lu Ming is very talented, he has too little time. I'm 100% sure that it's impossible for him to cultivate a black-level cultivation technique now. Yao Tianyu's sudden outburst caused everyone to fall into a state of shock. In the southern grandstand, Pang Shi was extremely anxious. What do we do? Yao Tianyu was actually this strong? What to do? Would senior brother Lu Ming be alright? This is a battle of life and death. Pang Shi calmed down. Feng Wu called out, but there was worry in her eyes as well. Hua Qi and Mulan did not say anything. However, their eyes were also filled with worry. Lu Ming, can you still create a miracle? Mulan muttered to herself. On the eastern grandstand, Yao Tianyu's lackeys were ecstatic. Haha, senior brother Yao is invincible. How can a mere Lu Ming fight with senior brother Yao? He's destined to die in senior brother Yao's hands. A few lackeys shouted. In addition, Feng Xinglia, Yin Su, and the other geniuses on the bronze ranking all stared at the stage with bright eyes. Lu Ming, this is my strongest combat power. Do you see it? That's the difference between us. I can kill you in 1 minute. Yao Tianyu's tone was very arrogant. At the same time, he was full of disdain and mockery towards Lu Ming. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Ming actually smiled. Lu Ming smiled confidently and calmly. His clear voice could be heard from afar. This giant sword is really not easy to use. I thought that this sword would be enough to defeat you, but now it seems that I have to change. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge sword in Lu Ming's hand disappeared, and an 8-foot-long fiery red spear appeared in his hand. A spear? Could it be that Lu Ming uses a long spear? I heard that he's always using a sword. Could he be bluffing? No matter what, in the end, we still have to rely on strength. Yao Tianyu looked at the long spear in Lu Ming's hand. His eyes flickered and he sneered. What's the use of changing weapons? Die! With a flash of saber light, Yao Tianyu continued to charge at Lu Ming. Fire gun art broken armor. The spear thrust out, bringing with it an intense spinning cutting force. The spear hit the blade of Yao Tianyu's saber accurately. A powerful force burst out from the tip of the spear, and the blade light that Yao Tianyu had condensed on the blade was instantly scattered. With a clang, the battle blade trembled, and Yao Tianyu's figure staggered back. Black rank spear technique? Impossible! Yao Tianyu let out a roar of disbelief. Lu Ming must have used a black-level martial arts technique to push him back with a single spear attack. Moreover, the level of mastery was definitely not weaker than his saber technique. How was this possible? 3 months ago, Lu Ming definitely did not manage to master the black-level spear technique. Otherwise, he would have used it in that life-and-death situation. There could only be one explanation. Within 3 months, Not only did Lu Ming's physical body and cultivation level improve, but he had also cultivated a black-level spear technique. At the thought of this, Yao Tianyu's heart was filled with intense fear. Lu Ming was too freakish and abnormal. This kind of talent was too terrifying. No, I must kill him today. Otherwise, I'll be the one to die in the future. Yao Tianyu roared in his heart. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. When Lu Ming pushed back Yao Tianyu with one shot, they were already stunned. Fire gun art mountain crash. Lu Ming seized the initiative and did not give Yao Tianyu the slightest chance. He leaped high into the air and smashed his long spear down fiercely. The long spear whizzed through the air, emitting a terrifying sonic boom. Yao Tianyu had no time to counterattack, so he could only block with his saber. Clang! The long spear smashed into Yao Tianyu's battle blade. This spear strike contained the power to split the earth and shatter the mountains. Yao Tianyu's body trembled and his legs trembled. He almost knelt down. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. When Lu Ming used the black-level martial arts technique, he had completely crushed him. Lan Yu. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. He launched a frenzied attack. His long spear was like a dragon, constantly bombarding Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood. He was at a complete disadvantage. The eyes of the disciples from the 4 halls almost popped out of their sockets. A black-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming has also cultivated a black-level martial arts technique. This is incredible. Who's that? Weren't you 100% sure that Lu Ming could not cultivate a black-level martial arts technique? What do you say now? This. The one who was asked blushed and was completely speechless. He was not the only one. The disciples of the 4 courtyards, who were certain that Lu Ming could not have cultivated a black-level martial arts technique, all blushed. Lu Ming's words were a harsh slap to their faces. They did not dare to speak anymore. Lu Ming was simply beyond common sense. They were afraid that if they said too much, they would be slapped in the face again. Haha, senior brother Lu Ming, you're amazing. Pang Shi's body trembled with excitement. Mulan, Feng Wu, and Hua Qi were overjoyed as well, but they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Impossible? How is that possible? Yao Tianyu's lackeys roared in disbelief. Bang! After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming's spear swept across Yao Tianyu's chest. The sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the entire arena. Yao Tianyu's body was sent flying more than 20 meters, and he fell heavily on the fighting ring. His body twitched nonstop, and the saber in his hand flew far away. Yao Tianyu had lost. He had been completely defeated. He was defeated by Lu Ming, the newcomer king of the year. The disciples of the 4 courtyards, including the geniuses on the bronze list, held their breath and looked at the 2 figures on the fighting ring. Chapter 107. You don't have the right. Lu Ming walked towards Yao Tianyu, step by step, his clear and indifferent voice ringing out. Yao Tianyu, a few months ago in the Dark Blood Mountain, your lackey tried to snatch my Dark Blood Stone, but was forced to run away by me. At that time, I had already shown mercy. However, you thought that you were superior and that I must obey you. When I returned to the sect, you ordered someone to summon me and asked me to hand over the Dark Blood Stone. I didn't agree to it, but you instigated the Star Moon Tower to cause trouble for the new Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, and hurt my brother Pang Shi on purpose. Your purpose was to infuriate me, so that you could take me down with the people of the Law Enforcement Hall. Then, I would be at your mercy. At that time, you were so arrogant and insufferably arrogant that I didn't even have the right to challenge you. But now, where did your arrogance go? Lu Ming walked as he spoke. When he finished speaking, he had already walked to Yao Tianyu's side. His eyes were indifferent as he looked down at him. The surrounding disciples of the 4 halls suddenly came to a realization after hearing this. So that was how the feud between Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu came about. Yao Tianyu is too arrogant. He actually used such a despicable method. It's not that Yao Tianyu is arrogant, But that's how the world of martial arts should be. It's just that Yao Tianyu chose the wrong person. If he had chosen someone else, he would have to submit to him. However, he had to meet Lu Ming, a peerless genius. Therefore, he can only fail. The disciples of the four halls were discussing among themselves. The battle of life and death ends here. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. Wait a minute, Lu Ming, wait a minute. Don't kill me. You're a peerless genius and I'm not bad either. We can work together. In the future, no one in the mystical sword sect will be our match. Yao Tianyu's body struggled madly as he shouted. He was still young and had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't want to die. Cooperation. You are not qualified to work with me. Lu Ming smiled in disdain. Whoosh. Then, the spear flashed and pierced through Yao Tianyu's chest. Yao Tianyu let out a blood-curdling screech as he clutched the spear shaft tightly with both hands. Blood was gushing out of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness, hatred and regret. At this moment he finally regretted. He regretted offending Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming pulled out the long spear and shook it. The blood on the long spear flew away, not leaving a single drop. Yao Tianyu's body slowly went limp, and finally, he stopped breathing. Yao Tianyu, a genius on the bronze list, was dead. At this moment the crowd was boiling. Today, not only had Lu Ming made it onto the bronze ranking, but he had also killed Yao Tianyu. All of this was like a dream. It was so unreal. But that was the truth. Today, Lu Ming's name was destined to spread throughout the entire mystical sword sect. In the southern stands, Pang Shi laughed maniacally. Mulan and the others also smiled. On the east side of the stands, Yao Tianyu's lackeys were pale and weak as they sat in their seats. Yao Tianyu was dead. They knew that their future days would not be easy. Previously, they had been tyrannical because of Yao Tianyu and had offended many people. Those people were afraid of Yao Tianyu, so of course, they did not dare to do anything to them. But now that Yao Tianyu was dead, who would care about them? Their future would be miserable. The geniuses on the bronze list were also shocked by the scene. I can't match up to Lu Ming's talent. Feng Xinglia let out a long sigh and turned around to leave the stands. Lu Ming is the winner of this battle. Lu Ming, do you still want to continue the challenge? The middle-aged judge announced loudly. Lu Ming shook his head and walked down the fighting ring. Killing Yao Tianyu was enough. There was no need to fight anymore. It was better to keep some trump cards for himself. In this battle, he had already exposed his body refinement Dao and profound level martial arts techniques. Of course, he could only display the power of the second level of a profound rank martial skill. Additionally, he still had control force which he had not used. If he really used it, the disciples of the four courtyards would be shocked beyond words. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're really amazing. Pang Shi, Hua Qi, Mulan, and the others also got down from the stands and walked toward Lu Ming. Before they even arrived, Pang Shi had already started shouting excitedly. Lu Ming, when did you manage to cultivate a black-level martial arts technique? We've suffered so much hiding it from you. Feng Wu said as she walked over. It's too noisy here. Let's talk as we walk. Lu Ming smiled. There were tens of thousands of people here, and it was really inconvenient to talk in such a noisy place. The crowd left the bronze platform and headed toward the Vermilion Bird Hall. Lu Ming briefly explained his trip to the Southridge Fire Field to cultivate his spear technique. As for the fact that he had comprehended control force, he didn't mention it. You're saying that he's only been cultivating in the Southridge Fire Field for a few months, and he's already cultivated the profound rank spear technique to this level? Feng Wu and the others all stared at him. That's right. The environment of that place just so happens to be compatible with my spear technique. As such, it's much easier for me to cultivate there. Lu Ming said. You. What a pervert. Everyone despised Lu Ming. How could it be so easy to cultivate a profound grade martial skill? It was very easy to find a suitable environment to cultivate in, but how many people could actually master it? Everyone could only describe Lu Ming as abnormal. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Only he knew that he had relied on the chanting in the supreme shrine, and his tireless cultivation, to achieve his current achievements. They chatted as they walked, and soon, they arrived at the Vermilion Bird Hall, where Lu Ming and Pang Shi were staying. Senior Sister Mulan, I still haven't returned the 3,000 contribution points I owe you from last time. After entering the courtyard, Lu Ming took out his identity jade card. Mulan's beautiful eyes flickered. Her limpid eyes darted back and forth on Lu Ming's body. After a while she said, last time, not only did you defeat Ning Feng, but you've also made it onto the bronze list and killed Yao Tianyu. You've greatly boosted the prestige of the Vermilion Bird Hall. I can't be stingy anymore. Take the 3,000 contribution points as your reward. Many thanks, Senior Sister Mulan. As soon as Mulan finished her sentence, Lu Ming immediately thanked her without any embarrassment, as if he was afraid that Mulan would go back on her words. Mulan was speechless. Then, she shifted her gaze and said, now that you've made it onto the bronze ranking, you'll be representing the Vermilion Bird Hall in the great competition of the 4 halls in 2 months. The great competition of the 4 courtyards. Lu Ming had some doubts. Pang Shi was confused as well, while Hua Qi and Feng Wu's eyes flickered, as if they had heard about the competition. Mulan explained, the great competition of the 4 courtyards is a competition between the 4 courtyards. It's held once a year. For example, among the bronze disciples, the geniuses on the bronze ranking will directly participate. It's because it's meaningless for other disciples to participate. Similarly, the Esilavira disciples will be directly participated by the geniuses on the Esilavira ranking. In the end, they will be rewarded according to the results of the disciples of each courtyard. Not only will the individual participants be rewarded handsomely, but the sect master will also represent the sect and give more resources to the great courtyard that performs well. This is the most important thing. Chapter 108. The Great Competition of the 4 Courtyards. I see. Lu Ming nodded. Now that you're on the bronze ranking, the Vermilion Bird Hall has 10 geniuses on the bronze ranking. In 2 months, you'll be representing the Vermilion Bird Hall in the tournament. You'll have to work hard on your cultivation during this time. If you rank well, not only will you receive a generous reward, but the entire Vermilion Bird Hall will also benefit. Mulan said with a smile. Lu Ming smiled. Don't worry. I'll do my best. Feng Wu, what did you say a few months ago? He asked. I said that if I defeat Yao Tianyu in 4 months, you'll have to treat me to a big meal. Hey, why do you remember it so clearly? Big Sister Mulan has already given you 3,000 contribution points as a reward, and you're still thinking about my feast? Feng Wu rolled her eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming touched his nose. That's another matter. I've been thinking about your big meal for a few months. That's right. That's not the same thing. Haha, you guys have to bring me old Pang along. Pang Shi jeered from the side. Hey Big Rock, what are you doing? Feng Wu said unhappily. In the end, they couldn't win against the few of them. The group left the Vermilion Bird Peak and arrived at Xinjiang City. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. When they returned, it was already late at night. Lu Ming did not cultivate that night. Instead, he had a good rest. The next day, Lu Ming walked towards the contribution hall. He was going to exchange his Esilavira and a few martial arts techniques for contribution points, and then exchange them for some demonic beast blood essence to cultivate. He had more than 4 million taels of Esilavira on him, as well as 3 martial skill manuals. They were respectively the yellow-grade low-rank sword technique Wild Wave Slash, the yellow-grade high-rank body technique Soaring Cloud Steps, and the yellow-grade high-rank cultivation technique Hunyuan technique. However, Lu Ming did not plan to exchange for the cloud treading steps. He planned to keep it for his own cultivation. After all, his cultivation time was too short. He could not be compared to those senior disciples who had cultivated for a few years, or even 5 or 6 years, or even 7 or 8 years. Those senior disciples had no lack of movement martial skills, offensive martial skills, and defensive martial skills. Their maturity was not weak. However, Lu Ming had only cultivated 4 types of martial arts techniques: Flame Dragon Fist, Dragon Snake Steps, Lustrous Sword Technique, Fire Lance Technique. At his current realm, the Flame Dragon Fist and Dragon Serpent Steps were no longer of much use. He had to cultivate a higher-level martial art technique. He planned to focus on practicing the Cloud Treading Steps and Fire-Controlling Gun Art before the great competition of the 4 courtyards. As for other martial arts techniques, he didn't have that much energy. And this was because of the chanting in the Supreme Shrine. How long had he been cultivating? It had only been 10 months or so. If it had been anyone else, they would definitely not have been able to cultivate these martial skills to such a profound level in such a short time. After arriving at the contribution hall, Lu Ming exchanged Wild Wave Slash and Hunyuan technique for contribution points. He had exchanged for a total of 30,000 contribution points. He also exchanged 2 million taels of Esilavirer for contribution points, leaving him with more than 2 million taels of Esilavirer. He had a total of 50,000 contribution points. In addition to the remaining contribution points that Lu Ming had, he had a total of 55,000 contribution points. Then, Lu Ming started to exchange for Demonic Beast Blood Essence. A 9th grade 2nd level demonic beast costs 1,600 contribution points each. Lu Ming exchanged for 25 of them, using up a total of 40,000 contribution points. Lu Ming also exchanged for a piece of upper lever 2 soft armor, which cost him 3,000 contribution points. His 55,000 contribution points had been reduced to 12,000 in an instant. This rate of expenditure was truly too terrifying. Lu Ming could not help but feel his heart ache. However, it was worth it to improve his abilities. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and began to cultivate. Lu Ming did not consume the demonic beast's blood essence continuously. Instead, he would consume and refine a portion every 2 days. This way his foundation would not be unstable. For the rest of the time, Lu Ming spent most of his time on the Cloud Treading Steps and the Fire-Controlling Gun technique. He would also take some time to comprehend the force of fire. Every time he comprehended the force of fire, a volcano would appear in his mind. The might of a volcano would spread in his heart. To Lu Ming's surprise, as his understanding of the force of fire deepened, the effect of cultivating the fire gun controlling art was better than usual. It was as if he was cultivating in the Lingnan fire field at all times. Time passed day by day, and the annual great competition of the 4 courtyards was getting closer and closer. During this period of time, the atmosphere in the 4 halls of the mystical sword sect became more and more tense. All the geniuses on the bronze list were cultivating in seclusion in order to improve themselves. More people were stepping up to challenge the bronze platform, hoping to make it to the bronze rank and be qualified to participate in the great competition of the 4 courtyards. More than a month later, the fire gun art had another breakthrough and entered the 4th level. When the great competition of the 4 courtyards was about to begin, the fire gun controlling art had reached the peak of the 4th level. However, it seemed that he had encountered a bottleneck. No matter how hard Lu Ming cultivated, he could not break through. His greatest improvement was the soaring cloud steps. As a warrior's martial Dao realm rose, his understanding of martial Dao would also become deeper and deeper. It would be faster for him to practice low-level martial arts techniques. For example, if a martial king-level martial artist were to practice yellow-rank martial arts, he would probably be able to reach the 6th level in less than 2 days. Therefore, Lu Ming's current cultivation of the yellow-level upper-level soaring cloud was several times faster than when he cultivated the lustrous sword technique. Within 2 months, Lu Ming had cultivated the cloud treading steps to the highest level, the 6th level, the union of man and martial arts. After refining 25 portions of 9th grade 2nd level demonic beast blood essence, Lu Ming's cultivation base had also risen to the peak of the 8th grade master realm. He was only 1 step away from the 9th grade master realm. At this time, The mystical sword sect was welcoming the most lively and exciting moment of the year. The great competition of the 4 courtyards. At this moment, almost all the mystical sword sect disciples had returned to the sect. Although most of the disciples were not qualified to participate, it would be very helpful for their cultivation to witness the battle between the top geniuses of different realms. Moreover, there were actually 4 new disciples on the same stage in this great competition of the 4 courtyards. This was extremely rare even in the history of the mystical sword sect, so it was naturally even more attractive. Lu Ming, this is for you. On the day of the grand competition of the 4 courtyards, Hua Qi and Pang Shi knocked on Lu Ming's door before dawn. Hua Qi stuffed a small notebook into his hands. What is this? Lu Ming had some doubts. This is the information of all the geniuses on the bronze list. You can take a look. It might be helpful to you. Hua Qi said. What? The information of all the geniuses on the bronze list? How did you guys get it? Lu Ming was shocked. Senior brother Lu Ming, Hua Qi has spent a lot of money recently and hired many senior disciples to help collect these. I've realized now that the love-struck fool has nothing but money. Pang Shi said. Hey Big Rock, what are you saying? What do you mean I have nothing but money? I'm telling you, I have everything. Hua Qi said unhappily. Lu Ming's heart moved. He could not help but feel touched. It was not hard to imagine that to collect such information, it was definitely not something that could be done with a little bit of money. It was definitely a huge number. He had a feeling that Hua Qi's identity wasn't simple. Many thanks. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, I just don't want you to lose so badly. After all, we're from the same dormitory. If you lose so badly, I'll lose face too. Hua Qi left these words before turning around and leaving. Senior brother Lu Ming, we'll set off together later. Pang Shi said as he touched his head before leaving. Chapter 109, The Vermilion Bird Hall's Dean. Lu Ming returned to his room and opened his notebook to read. It contained the detailed information of everyone on the bronze list, including their martial arts techniques, cultivation, and weapons. Although it was not 100% accurate, it was very valuable as a reference. It would be of great help to Lu Ming. One could only win every battle if one knew one's enemy and oneself. There were 60 names recorded in the book, which meant that there were 60 people on the bronze list. Before Lu Ming entered the bronze rank, there were 56 people on the bronze rank. Yao Tianyu was killed. However, with Lu Ming and Feng Xinglia, there were 57 people on the bronze rank, which meant that 3 more people had entered the bronze rank recently. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Hall has the least number of people. The Vermilion Bird Hall had 11 students, the Black Tortoise Hall had 12, the Azure Dragon Hall had 15, and the White Tiger Hall had 22. The Vermilion Bird Hall was last, while the White Tiger Hall was the strongest. In the end, Lu Ming's gaze landed on the first 10 names. Zhang Muyan, Duanmu Yunyang, Biyu Xingkai, and Duan Gang. The 10 names represented the top 10 of the bronze rank. The Vermilion Bird Hall only has 1 person in the top 10. Lu Ming frowned. The Vermilion Bird Hall only had 1 person in the top 10, and she was ranked 6th. For from the White Tiger Hall, 3 from the Azure Dragon Hall, and 2 from the Onyx Tortoise Hall. There was no doubt that the Vermilion Bird Hall was the worst, in terms of both the number of people and the top geniuses. Top 10. A glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he revealed a trace of fighting spirit. Very quickly, 2 hours had passed and the sky was already bright. When Lu Ming walked out of the room, he saw Pang Shi and Hua Qi already in the courtyard. Besides them, Feng Wu was also there. Lu Ming, I heard that Hua Qi has been collecting information on the geniuses on the bronze rank. How's it going? Feng Wu asked. I'm done. Lu Ming nodded. Yes, but I have to add a few points. Let's talk as we walk. Feng Wu said. The few of them nodded and walked out. The geniuses on the bronze list can be roughly divided into 6 levels and 3 types. Have you heard of them? Fengwu asked. 6 levels, 3 types. Lu Ming, Hua Qi, and Pang Shi were a little puzzled. That's right. The 6 levels are divided according to combat strength. After all, most of the geniuses on the bronze list are at the peak of the 9th grade master realm. Although some of them are ranked first, their combat strength is very close. The 45th to 60th ranks are in the 6th level. The 30th to 45th ranks are in the 5th level. The 20th to 30th ranks are in the 4th level. The 10th to 20th ranks are in the 3rd level. The 4th to 10th ranks are in the 2nd level. The top 3 are the strongest and are in the 1st level. There are 3 types. The first type is like Yu and Feng Xinglia. They just entered the school and entered the bronze rank not long ago. They are very talented, but they are not very strong because they have only been on the school for a short time. The second type is the extremely talented geniuses who have been on the bronze list for a long time, but have deliberately stayed at the peak of the 9th grade master realm in order to build a stronger foundation. This type of geniuses have the most terrifying combat strength, and most of the top 10 on the bronze list are this type. The third type is the senior disciples who have been in the sect for many years. They are stuck at the peak of the 9th grade master realm and have been unable to break through. These types have limited potential, but due to their many years of cultivation, they have mastered all sorts of martial arts and secret techniques, so their combat strength is also very strong. Fengwu explained in detail. Lu Ming and the other 2 nodded after hearing that. They did not expect that there were so many tricks to it. Lu Ming, in the future, you just need to know what to do when you face your enemies, Fengwu said. The 4 of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the place where the great competition of the 4 courtyards would be held. The great competition of the 4 courtyards was not held in the 4 courtyards, or in the middle of the 4 courtyards. Instead, it was to the north of the Onyx Tortoise Hall, where the core of the mystical sword sect was. This place was vast, with peaks towering and clouds lingering, making it hazy. This was where the sect leader, golden-robed elders, and gold-ranked disciples cultivated and lived. It was said that other than these, the true strength of the mystical sword sect was hidden here, and it was the core of the mystical sword sect. In front of the peaks, there was a flat piece of land where a fighting stage was built. Around the fighting stage were wide stands. The layout was very similar to the bronze platform, but it was several times wider and more majestic. The square grandstand could hold more than 100,000 people. The disciples from the 4 halls continued to gather there. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they found the Vermilion Bird Hall's area and sat down. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. That's the headmaster of the White Tiger Hall, and the Esilavir-robed elder of the White Tiger Hall. Someone whispered. Lu Ming and the others looked up, and saw dozens of figures stepping on the air. There were old men and middle-aged men. Each of them had the aura of a mountain. They were extremely dense and suffocating. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people landed in the White Tiger Hall's area. The Vermilion Bird Hall's headmaster and the Esilavir-robed elder are here as well. Suddenly, a Vermilion Bird Hall disciple nearby cried out in excitement. There were also dozens of people in the air, both men and women, and all of them had powerful auras. The leader was an old man with white hair. He was wearing a fiery red robe, with a lifelike vermilion bird embroidered on it. He had a kind expression, and greeted the people from the Vermilion Bird Hall with a smile. This was the head of the Vermilion Bird Hall, Yin Lan. Lu Ming saw a familiar face beside the Vermilion Bird Hall's dean. It was Mulan. Fengwu, what's Mulan's relationship with the dean? Lu Ming could not help but ask Fengwu. You don't know? The director is big sister Mulan's grandfather. Fengwu said. Grandpa. As expected. Lu Ming could not help but recall that Yao Tianyu had mentioned this news a few months ago. He just did not pay attention to it at that time. As expected, Mulan's identity was not simple. On the side, Pang Shi and Hua Qi were also dumbfounded. A dean of a large courtyard was definitely a top figure in the mystical sword sect. His status was comparable to the golden-robed elders, and his authority was even greater than the golden-robed elders. In the mystical sword sect he was a true overlord. At that moment, the Vermilion Bird Hall director and the others landed in the Vermilion Bird Hall's area. After they landed, the Vermilion Bird Hall director and Mulan actually walked toward Lu Ming and the others. "Mas, the dean is here." Pang Shi was so nervous that he stuttered. Hua Qi was rather calm, but there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The people nearby were even more nervous. After all, it was not easy to see the dean. Who is the principal here to see? Could it be Lu Ming? Such a thought flashed through many people's minds. They had guessed correctly. The Vermilion Bird Hall dean and Mulan walked toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets the dean and senior sister Mulan. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Chapter 110, the start of the competition. Haha, you're Lu Ming, right? I've heard this little girl Lan mention you so many times, and I've long wanted to come and see you. And, now that I've seen you, you're indeed not bad. You can be called a dragon among men. The Vermilion Bird Hall's dean sized Lu Ming up carefully, stroking his white beard and nodding his head. You're too kind, director, Lu Ming said humbly. However, he was still a 16-year-old teenager after all. To be praised by such a big shot, he was still happy in his heart, and his face could not help but reveal a smile. Grandpa, don't praise him. Look at how proud he is. Mulan glanced at Lu Ming and said, Senior sister Mulan, are you jealous? Haha. Lu Ming smiled. You're the one who's jealous. Boy, now that you're on the bronze list, you're getting bolder, aren't you? Mulan gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Ming fiercely. On the side, Feng Wu, Pang Shi, Hua Qi, and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing, their faces turning red. Senior sister Mulan, what's wrong with me being proud of the dean's praise? This is the principal. Shouldn't I be proud to be able to get the principal's approval? Isn't that right, director? Lu Ming said and looked at the dean. Ha ha ha, little guy, I like your true nature. You should be proud of yourself, but you can't underestimate your enemy later. The Vermilion Bird Hall chief laughed. Thank you for your reminder, headmaster. Lu Ming cupped his fists again. Detestable. Mulan gritted her teeth and left with the Vermilion Bird Hall chief. They returned to their seats. Pucci. After Mulan left, Feng Wu and the others couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Lu Ming, let me tell you, Sister Mulan is very vengeful. You have to be careful in the future. Feng Wu said, laughing. All of a sudden, she saw Mulan's fierce gaze from not far away. Her expression immediately turned serious, and her smile disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming was shocked by the speed of the change. The other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples cast envious looks at Lu Ming. The head of the Vermilion Bird Hall had come to see him in person, and even praised him in public. What an honor! This meant that the Vermilion Bird Hall's dean admired Lu Ming. This was a treatment that even Cheng Feiyu, who was ranked in the top 10 of the Vermilion Bird Hall's bronze ranking, did not have. Buzz! Bzzz. At this moment, a few rays of light suddenly flew out from the depths of the mystical sword sect. The dazzling light pierced through the void and arrived above the fighting ring in an instant. Welcome, sect leader. As soon as they arrived, the deans of the 4 halls and the Esilavir-robed elders got up and packed their bags. Sect master, Lu Ming, and the rest were shocked that the sect master had arrived. They quickly stood up and said, Welcome, sect leader. More than 50,000 disciples shouted in unison, their voices shaking the world. No need to be so polite, sit down. A calm and clear voice sounded. The voice seemed to come from the sky, but it also seemed to have come from everyone's ears. It was very strange. Lu Ming looked up and saw 7 figures in the sky. The person in the lead looked to be in his 40s. He had a handsome face and long black hair. He was dressed in a snow-white robe as he stood in the air. It was as if he was the center of the entire world. He did not emit any aura, but in Lu Ming's eyes, he was like an endless ocean, unfathomable and giving off a terrifying pressure. Is this the sect master of the mystical sword sect? One of the overlords of the Burning Sun Empire, flying snow god sword Lin Shuwei. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Behind the sect leader of the mystical sword sect were 2 gold-robed elders and 4 Asilavir-robed elders. Then, the sect leader and the 6 elders of the mystical sword sect flew down and landed on the highest point of the northern stands. That place was specially prepared for the sect leader and the others. Everyone's here, right? Let's start. The sect leader of the mystical sword sect announced with a wave of his hand. As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, a Asilavir-robed elder flew up to the fighting ring and began to introduce the rules of the competition. The rules were simple. There were 60 people in total, and they would be assigned numbers according to their previous ranking. Previously, Lu Ming had killed Yao Tianyu and naturally replaced his ranking. He was ranked 51st, and his number was 51. The 60 people would fight in pairs and draw lots to decide their opponents. The winner would enter the top 30, and the loser would be eliminated. However, after the top 30 were decided, there would be another challenge. The elders of the 4 halls and the elders of the sect would discuss together and choose 10 powerful geniuses to challenge the 30 geniuses who had advanced earlier. As long as they won, they would be able to replace the other party and enter the top 30. This was for the sake of fairness, because some people might be very strong, but their luck was bad at the beginning, and they would draw the geniuses in the top few places, so they would lose somewhat unjustly. This way, they could avoid the stronger geniuses from being eliminated early due to bad luck. This was related to the interests of the 4 halls, so it was natural to be fair. The rules were the same for the top 15 from the top 30. The top 10 would be chosen, and the final ranking would be decided by a round of battles. There were many rewards for entering the top 10. Other things aside, Lu Ming was very envious of the contribution points. All right, I'm sure everyone knows the rules. Now the disciples on the bronze rank can come up to draw lots. The Asilavir-robed elder announced. Lu Ming stood up and walked onto the fighting ring. People from the 4 great academies walked up to the fighting ring. In the end, there were 60 people in total. Everyone's eyes were focused on these 60 people. They would be the main characters for the next few days. Look, that's Zhang Muyan. He's ranked first on the Azure Dragon Hall's bronze ranking. He's so handsome, talented and handsome. I wish I could marry him. Stop dreaming. I heard that Zhang Muyan and the 7th-ranked Shuo Yirong are a couple. You can stop dreaming. Ah, look, that's Lu Ming, this year's newcomer king. He rushed into the bronze rank in his first year. It's too shocking, and he's so handsome. He doesn't have a girlfriend, right? I've decided, I'm going to chase him. You? Why would Lu Ming be interested in you? On the field, the female disciples of the 4 halls were chattering and discussing with great interest. Instantly, some of the male disciples were displeased. Although Lu Ming is talented, it's not his time yet. I don't think he will pass the first round. That's for sure. It's impossible for him to pass the first round and enter the top 30. Even if he's lucky enough to pass, he'll still be replaced by others. The male disciples said unhappily. In the White Tiger Hall's area, there were 2 people who were staring at Lu Ming. One of them was a young lady in a white dress, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was Lu Yao, who had disappeared the moment she joined the mystical sword sect. Her father Lu Yunxiong was sitting beside her. At that moment, Lu Yao's face darkened as she looked at Lu Ming's tall and straight figure on the fighting ring. She had been humiliated during the Lu family's grand competition and hated Lu Ming to the core. She wanted to take revenge on Lu Ming, so she had been cultivating in seclusion ever since she entered the mystical sword sect. This cultivation took almost 9 months. Moreover, he was the fiancé of the peerless genius Duanmu Lin, so the Duanmu family was naturally not stingy with their resources. With the help of a large amount of resources, Lu Yao's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had broken through all the barriers, and when she came out a few days ago, she had already reached the 6th grade master realm. Chapter 111. The Arrogant Duanmu Family. At first, she thought that with such a cultivation base, she would be able to trample on Lu Ming and humiliate him 10 times, or 100 times more. However, she did not expect that after she came out of seclusion, Lu Yinxiong would tell her that Lu Ming had killed Yao Tianyu, made it to the bronze rank, and was going to participate in the great competition of the 4 courtyards. The moment she heard it, she was stunned. It was simply unbelievable and unacceptable. She thought that she had heard wrong. She could not bear it. She was full of confidence, and thought that she could trample on Lu Ming. However, the truth was the opposite. She had spent a lot of resources, but she was getting further and further away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming, that little bastard. How did he improve so quickly? God is really unfair to let this little bastard have such strong talent. On the side, Lu Yinxiong gritted his teeth, his voice extremely gloomy. No matter how strong Lu Ming is, he's just trash in front of Brother Lin. Lu Yao said in a deep voice. Haha, Miss Lu is right. How can Lu Ming, that little bastard, compare to young Master Lin? He's worlds apart. Many young men from the Duanmu family sat beside Lu Yao and the others. One of them sneered. That's right. Moreover, Lu Ming won't be able to go far in this competition. If he meets a genius from the Duanmu family, he'll definitely be crippled. Even if he's lucky enough to make it into the top 30, the geniuses from the Duanmu family will definitely challenge him at the first opportunity. Another youth said. That's good. With the heroes of the Duanmu family here, I can rest assured. Lu Yinxiong laughed. Lu Ming had no idea about this. In the fighting ring, tens of thousands of eyes were looking at them. Among the 60 people, some were so excited that their faces turned red. Some were rubbing their fists and wiping their palms. They glanced at the others with hostility. There were also some who were calm and composed, with all kinds of expressions. Lu Ming smiled faintly, his eyes filled with anticipation. First, the Lavir-robed elders would draw 30 people. And then these 30 people would draw the remaining 30 people. Whoever was drawn would be their opponent in the first round. Lu Ming was one of the first 30 people to be drawn. Then Lu Ming and the other 30 people went up to draw lots. Very soon, the drawing of lots was completed. Lu Ming had drawn number 46. Number 46? I'm quite lucky. Lu Ming smiled and registered the Lavir-robed elder with it. Then he returned to his seat. Lu Ming, what number did you draw? Feng Wu hurriedly asked. Number 46. Lu Ming said with a smile. Number 46, Yin Feng from the Onyx Tortoise Hall. Lu Ming, you're in luck. Hua Qi asked in surprise. Lu Ming smiled. He was not too bothered. To him, it was just a battle no matter who he drew. Clang! A melodious bell rang, indicating that the exciting great competition of the 4 courtyards was about to begin. Now the great competition of the 4 courtyards officially begins. Before it begins, you must pay attention to one of the most basic rules. In this competition, you can't harm your life. You can do whatever you want with other things. Also, you can't use any medicinal pills to improve your combat strength, except for secret skills. Now let's officially begin. The first battle, number 60 versus number 23. On the fighting ring, the Lavir-robed elder announced. Number 60? Isn't that the genius from the Vermilion Bird Hall, Lu Hui, who just entered the bronze ranking? Lu Ming had an idea. In the Vermilion Bird Hall area, an ordinary-looking, thin young man walked out of the crowd and went up to the fighting ring. Haha, I'm so lucky to have met the trash from the Vermilion Bird Hall. From the White Tiger Hall's area, a loud laugh was heard. Then, a young man appeared on the fighting ring with a few leaps. Number 23, Duanmu Yinchong of the Duanmu family. Lu Ming muttered. The Duanmu family has indeed produced many talents in recent years. Feng Wu said with a grim look in her eyes. On the fighting ring, Duanmu Yinchong looked at Lu Hui with a mocking expression and said, Trash from the Vermilion Bird Hall, kneel down and admit defeat now. Otherwise you'll be in for it. Lu Hui's expression was unsightly, as he stared at Duanmu Yinchong without saying a word. His eyes were filled with determination. Trash, it seems like you really want to fight me. Don't worry, I can defeat you with one move. I'll let you know that it was only luck that you managed to get into the bronze rank. Also, let me tell you, your Vermilion Bird Hall is destined to be swept away this time. Don't even think about getting into the top 10. Duanmu Yinchong sneered. He was extremely arrogant and haughty. Damn it, the Duanmu family is really fucking despicable. You still want to sweep us aside? Dream on. Senior sister Chung Feichen will definitely be in the top 10. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were all furious as they cursed. A bunch of nonsense, you only know how to talk. On the fighting ring, Duanmu Yinchong said with a disdainful expression. Lu Hui's face was gloomy. He tightly held the hilt of his sword with one hand and stared at Duanmu Yinchong. Suddenly Lu Hui rushed out. His long sword was unsheathed and turned into a ray of Asilavira light, piercing toward Duanmu Yinchong. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Lu Hui was performing a black-level low-rank sword technique. However, he had only just reached the second level. Small tricks. Duanmu Yinchong coldly sneered. His body moved, and he dodged Lu Hui's attack. Black-grade low-level movement technique. At the same time, Duanmu Yinchong struck out with his palm. The wind from his palm whistled like thunder. A black-grade low-level palm technique. Another black-grade martial arts technique. It was obvious that Duanmu Yinchong had mastered two profound grade martial skills. When they were used in pairs, they were as fast as lightning and as fast as thunder, increasing their battle strength by a large margin. Lu Hui's sword had missed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only use his other hand to block the palm. However, Lu Hui's palm strike was only launched out of desperation. How could it withstand Duanmu Yinchong's black-level palm energy? Bang! Lu Hui's body flew out, and he retreated more than 10 meters. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, you actually dared to block my palm. You asked for it. Duanmu Yinchong bellowed in his heart. His expression was extremely gloomy. He had said that he would deal with Lu Hui in one move, but now Lu Hui had actually blocked one move. He felt that he had lost a lot of face. Buzz! Duanmu Yinchong's figure moved. He used his black-grade movement technique and moved as fast as a ghost. He instantly appeared behind Lu Hui and struck out with his palm. Although Lu Hui was on full alert and quickly slashed his sword behind him, he was still a step too slow due to his injuries. Bang! The palm hit Lu Hui's chest. Lu Hui spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Duanmu Yinchong followed closely behind. Without giving Lu Hui the chance to catch his breath, he struck out another palm. However, this palm was aimed at Lu Hui's face. Pa! A clear sound of a slap was heard. Duanmu Yinchong had ruthlessly slapped Lu Hui's face. Lu Hui's entire body was sent flying. However, Duanmu Yinchong did not have the intention to let go. His body moved and caught up with Lu Hui. Another slap landed on Lu Hui's face. Lu Hui was sent flying and fell to the ground. Trash, I told you to admit defeat a long time ago. What now? I've beaten you like a dog. Duanmu Yinchong looked down at Lu Hui and said in disdain. Damn it, Duanmu Yinchong, don't go too far. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples were filled with righteous indignation. Someone shouted, Chapter 112. Chapter 112 The First Battle. What do you mean by a warrior can be killed but not humiliated? He's just a piece of trash. I told him to kneel down and admit defeat, but he still wanted to fight. With this little combat strength, he's simply asking to be humiliated. Duanmu Yinchong looked at the Vermilion Bird Hall side and sneered. Damn it. Damn it, I'm so angry. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples, including Pang Shi, Hua Qi and Feng Wu, were all flushed with anger. At the very top of the stands, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect was expressionless, as if none of this could stir his emotions. In the White Tiger Hall's area, the White Tiger Hall's headmaster stroked his beard and smiled. The head of the Vermilion Bird Hall frowned. On the fighting ring, Duanmu Yinchong curled his lips in disdain. He walked toward Lu Hui and stepped on his body. He looked down at him and sneered. Now, are we still going to fight? Admit defeat, Lu Hui. Admit defeat. Stop fighting. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciple couldn't help but call out. I admit defeat. Lu Hui said unwillingly. His eyes revealed a humiliated expression as he looked at Duanmu Yunchong. Haha, you've admitted defeat. What were you doing earlier? What do you mean by that look? If you're not willing, you're still pissing me off. Pissing me off, you're really a piece of trash. After he had finished speaking, Duanmu Yunchong kicked out and sent Lu Hui flying. Duanmu Yunchong, what are you doing? Lu Hui has already admitted defeat, yet you still attack. You have broken the rules. A Vermilion Bird Hall disciple shouted. Who said I attacked? I didn't use any strength at all. I only asked him to move away. He was blocking my foot. I lifted my foot and he flew out. Duanmu Yunchong indifferently said. Nonsense, you did it on purpose. One of the Vermilion Bird Hall disciples roared. On the fighting stage, the Lavir-robed elder slightly frowned. Duanmu Yunchong had indeed broken the rules. Alright Yunchong, be careful when you lift your feet next time. At this moment, an old and vigorous voice came from the White Tiger Hall. Yes, Principal. Duanmu Yunchong immediately said respectfully. The voice came from the White Tiger Hall's headmaster. On the fighting stage, the Lavir-robed elder frowned. However, since the White Tiger Hall's headmaster had spoken, he had no choice but to give him some face. After a moment of silence, he announced, Duanmu Yunchong wins this battle. Damn it, the Duanmu family is really shameless. Feng Wu said through gritted teeth. The other Vermilion Bird disciples were the same. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He suddenly said, Don't worry. This Duanmu Yunchong won't be arrogant for long. Feng Wu, Hua Qi, Pang Shi, and the others were taken aback, not understanding what Lu Ming meant. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples went up to help Lu Hui down, and the competition continued. The battle was extremely intense and exciting. The geniuses on the bronze list all had combat strength that far exceeded their peers of the same level, and they had all kinds of profound level martial arts techniques and secret skills, which made people feel very satisfied. Especially the geniuses in the top 10, they were unimaginably powerful. No matter what kind of opponent they faced, they would be dealt with in one move. A few hours later, more than 20 matches had already passed. There were only 5 or 6 more matches left before it would end. Next round, number 51 versus number 46. The Lavir-robed elder announced. 51 against 46? Why are they so close in ranking? Which two? Number 51 used to be Yao Tianyu, so it's Lu Ming now. Number 46 is Yun Feng from the Onyx Tortoise Hall. Lu Ming? Based on the abilities that Lu Ming displayed when he killed Yao Tianyu, he might be able to defeat Yun Feng. He's so lucky. Indeed, we're too lucky. The Lavir-robed elder's words caused a wave of discussion. Back then, Yao Tianyu had not only cultivated a black-grade low-level martial arts technique to the 2nd level, but his physical body had also been cultivated to complete grade 1. His combat strength had already surpassed his ranking, and some people believed that Yao Tianyu could already be ranked in the 5th level. Since Lu Ming was able to kill Yao Tianyu, his combat strength was definitely stronger than Yao Tianyu's. Some people had speculated that with Lu Ming's combat strength, he might be ranked around the 40th place. They all thought that Lu Ming was too lucky to be up against Yun Feng. Lu Ming, that little bastard. Why is he so lucky? In the White Tiger Hall area, Lu Yunxiong gritted his teeth. So what if I'm lucky? Even if you're lucky enough to make it into the top 30, you'll still be challenged by others. That'll be even more embarrassing. A young man from the Duanmu family sneered. Lu Ming could not be bothered with the discussions around him. He got up and went up to the fighting ring. Good luck, senior brother Lu Ming, Pang Shi shouted. However, other than Pang Shi, no one else was cheering for Lu Ming. The other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples had similar thoughts as the others. They all thought that even if Lu Ming made it into the top 30, he would be challenged by others. If they cheered for Lu Ming now, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? A burly young man from the Black Tortoise walked up to the fighting ring. He was Yin Feng, who was ranked 46th. Lu Ming, although you're very strong, I'll give it my all in this battle. I hope you won't hold back. Yin Feng looked at Lu Ming and said loudly, I know what I'm doing. You can use your full strength. Lu Ming said. Yin Feng's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's confidence made him not dare to be careless. He focused all his attention and exploded with all his strength. A powerful aura burst out of Yin Feng's body. Then a red light flashed on his body. A black rhinoceros roared, and 4 chakras appeared. His bloodline burst out. Mad Rhinoceros Slash. Yin Feng sprinted and slashed out with the saber in his hand. A terrifying saber radiance seemed to be able to cut open the space. At this moment, Yin Feng's essence, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated. At this moment, he erupted with extraordinary strength. That's the 3rd stage of a black-grade low-level martial arts technique. And Yin Feng actually broke through. Good. A.S. Lavir-robed elder in the Onyx Tortoise Hall's area cheered. The other people present were also shocked. They didn't expect that Yin Feng would surpass them when faced with pressure, causing his black-rank martial skill to break through from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. Lu Ming is in danger now. Such a thought appeared in many people's minds. It's even better that you've broken through. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Then he suddenly took a step forward and dashed toward Yin Peak. The long spear in his hand was pulled forward, bringing out a crescent moon. Fire gun art moon pulling. Clang! The long spear struck Yin Feng's saber, causing a loud boom. The entire fighting ring seemed to shake. Whoosh! Then, a figure flew out like a cannonball and glided more than 30 meters on the huge fighting ring that was more than 200 meters in length and width. Then his body trembled and he knelt down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The figure that had been sent flying was Yin Feng. One move. With just one move, Yin Feng was sent flying by Lu Ming, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Even a blind person could tell that the difference between Yin Feng and Lu Ming was too great. How did this happen? How could Lu Ming be so powerful? He was simply too strong, terrifyingly strong. Was he still a newcomer this year? Yin Feng had clearly broken through right before the battle, but he was still sent flying with a single strike. Although some people had guessed that Lu Ming would win, they did not expect him to win so easily. Chapter 113. I admit defeat. They're not on the same level at all. Lu Ming's abilities are probably in the top 30. That's right. I really didn't expect him to improve at such a terrifying speed. Discussions could be heard from the surroundings. Ha ha ha, senior brother Lu Ming, you're the best. Pang Shi shouted. Lu Ming, good luck. Lu Ming, you're the most handsome. The other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples finally couldn't help but shout out in excitement. With the abilities that Lu Ming had displayed, they could finally cheer for him without worry. This kid is not bad. Lan, or you have good eyes. The head of the Vermilion Bird Hall stroked his beard and revealed a satisfied expression. Lu Ming, maybe he can enter that place in the future. Mulan sighed. The head of the Vermilion Bird Hall's expression changed slightly. Lan, do you really want Lu Ming to go there? Lu Ming is still too far away from it. I know that Lu Ming is still far from it, but I believe that he will be able to do it in the near future. He has given me too many surprises. Mulan's limpid eyes flickered with hope as she looked at the slender figure, standing with a spear in the fighting ring. Hi! The Vermilion Bird Hall principal sighed and did not say anything. In the area of the White Tiger Hall. Damn it! How can this little bastard be so strong? Lu Yinxiong was furious. Lu Yao's face was extremely cold, and her eyes flickered with madness and a sinister light. She glared at Lu Ming on the fighting ring and bellowed in her heart. Lu Ming, that damned Lu Ming. You're just a bastard that I abandoned, a piece of trash. How can you be so strong? The trash that I abandoned should be trash. Trash for the rest of my life. I will not allow a trash to become stronger than me. I will not allow it. At this moment, Everyone's eyes were shining with all kinds of light as they looked at the figure on the fighting ring. Other than the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, his eyes were calm and aloof, as if he was not affected by anything. But in the next moment, the sect leader's indifferent and aloof expression disappeared and was replaced with shock. Because a voice came from the fighting ring. "I admit defeat." Silence. The entire place quieted down, so much so that even a pin drop could be heard. No matter what kind of expression they had on their faces before, they all turned into one expression, in an instant, a dumbfounded expression. It was because Lu Ming was the one who had said, "I admit defeat." It was not Yunfeng but Lu Ming. Lu Ming admitted defeat. What was happening? How did this happen? The deans of the 4 campuses were all dumbfounded. Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were dumbfounded, and so were Pang Shi, Feng Wu, Hua Qi and Mulan. The other silver-robed elders and gold-robed elders were also dumbfounded. This, what is Lu Ming trying to do? Pang Shi was tongue-tied. Lu Ming has clearly revealed his ability, and he can enter the top 30. Why did he suddenly surrender? What the hell is he doing? Feng Wu frowned. That's right. His strength can easily enter the top 30. Hua Qi also frowned and mumbled. He suddenly stopped and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "I know what Lu Ming is going to play. Haha, I like it." "You know, why is that?" Pang Shi asked in surprise. "I can't tell you now, just wait and see." Hua Qi smiled mysteriously. Pang Shi, Feng Wu, and the others all looked down on her. On the fighting ring, the silver-robed elder's eyes were wide open. He was stunned for a long time before he asked, "Lu Ming, what did you say? You admit defeat?" "Yes, I admit defeat." Lu Ming nodded. "Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on me?" In front, Yunfeng stood up and glared at Lu Ming. "I'm not looking down on you. Don't misunderstand, I'm just admitting defeat," Lu Ming said indifferently. Yunfeng was at a loss for words. The silver-robed elder confirmed once again before helplessly announcing that Yunfeng had won this round. Lu Ming smiled and walked back to the Vermilion Bird Hall area. "Fuck, Lu Ming, what are you playing at? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I'm not done with you." Feng Wu glared at Lu Ming, gritting her teeth. "You'll know in a while," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Senior brother Lu Ming, why are you saying the same thing as the love-struck fool? I really don't understand you guys." Pang Shi scratched his head. Lu Ming and Hua Qi looked at each other and smiled. Then the competition continued. In less than an hour, all 30 matches had ended. Among them, the 4 most popular newcomer kings. One of them was Feng Xinglia. He had not trained for long enough, and met an expert who was ranked 21st. He failed. As for Lu Ming, he admitted defeat. The other 2 were extremely powerful, so they naturally advanced easily. The top 30 had already been decided, but it was not over yet. There were still challenges. The silver-robed elders from the 4 courtyards, the silver-robed elders from the sect leader's side, and the 2 gold-robed elders discussed and decided to select 10 powerful challengers. This was because there were indeed some powerful geniuses among them. If they were unlucky, they would encounter those ranked in the top 10, or those ranked in the top 10. Naturally, they were no match for them. Now they had to give them a chance. It didn't take long for the 10 challengers to be announced. I now announce the candidates for the challenge. They are Wu Jin, Huang Fei, Lu Ming. The hosting silver-gowned elder announced. Lu Ming's name was among them. Haha, I knew it. Senior brother Lu Ming will definitely have another chance to challenge him. The abilities that he displayed just now are very powerful, Pang Shi said with a smile. At this moment, the names have been announced. The silver-robed elder said, "All right, you can choose your target now." As soon as the silver-robed elder finished speaking, a figure quickly leaped onto the fighting ring. The figure was Lu Ming. The crowd was stunned again. Lu Ming had just admitted defeat, and was the first one to step onto the fighting ring to issue a challenge. What was he trying to do? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He turned around and looked at the White Tiger Hall. He pointed the spear in his hand and said coldly, Duanmu Yinchong, get your ass up here. The cold voice spread throughout the area, causing many people to be shocked. Then, some of them had a look of realization. I know why Lu Ming admitted defeat earlier. His goal was to obtain the right to challenge Duanmu Yinchong. Someone shouted. That's right. Before Lu Ming admitted defeat, he deliberately displayed his powerful combat strength and defeated Yin Feng in one move. He knew that even if he admitted defeat, he would still be given the right to challenge Yin Feng. He's trying to take revenge for Vermilion Bird Hall's Lu Hui. I see. This time, everyone on the field understood. On the highest grandstand, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect looked at Lu Ming curiously and muttered, This Lu Ming is indeed not bad. It's not easy to attract the sect leader's attention. A golden-robed elder smiled and said. At this moment, the entire place was in an uproar as they entered into a heated discussion. Chapter 114. Chapter 114 Bullying. Haha, so this is senior brother Lu Ming's idea. It's so complicated. No wonder I didn't think of it. Love-struck fool, you've thought of it before, haven't you? Pang Shi laughed and asked. That's right. Hua Qi smiled and nodded. When Lu Ming fought, there were only 6 or 7 matches left. He only admitted defeat after displaying his powerful abilities. Isn't that strange? I also deduced from this that he was absolutely confident that he would be selected to challenge. That's why he did that. This guy's way of doing things is really evil and unexpected, Feng Wu said, pouting. Not far away, Lu Hui's injuries had already stabilized. He muttered, Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with gratitude. The other Vermilion Bird Hall disciples' gazes changed as well. They looked at Lu Ming with admiration. However, it was different for the disciples of the White Tiger Hall, especially those from the Duanmu family. They were all furious. Damn this Lu Ming. He's trying to go against the Duanmu family. That's right. We haven't even settled all the scores from before. Now he dares to provoke us again. Duanmu Yinchong, go. Let him know that challenging you was a mistake. Some of the Duanmu family's young men shouted. Don't worry. He admitted defeat on purpose and challenged me to stand up for Lu Hui. I will let him know how stupid his actions are. A sinister smile appeared on Duanmu Yinchong's face. He then stepped forward and appeared on the fighting ring like a ghost. Lu Ming, you want to stand up for Lu Hui? Later on, I will make you suffer 10 times more than Lu Hui. Duanmu Yinchong said in a malevolent manner. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. I've seen a lot of trash like you. Every one of them was very arrogant at the beginning, just like Yao Tianyu and his gang. In the end, they all became dead dogs. That's right. All the best, senior brother Lu Ming. Beat him up until he's a dead dog. Beat him up. Avenge senior brother Lu Hui. All hail senior brother Lu Ming. All the best, senior brother Lu Ming. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples shouted. Previously, Duanmu Yinchong had been too despicable. He had humiliated Lu Hui. The Vermilion Bird Hall's disciples were united against the common enemy. Naturally, they would stand on Lu Ming's side. A bunch of trash. They only know how to shout. Duanmu Yinchong snorted coldly. His face was extremely gloomy. When he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Buzz! All of a sudden, Duanmu Yin became impulsive, and he rushed toward Lu Ming. A black-grade low-level movement technique that was as fast as lightning. However, Lu Ming stood there without moving. He had no intention of dodging. Just as Duanmu was about to reach Lu Ming's long spear swept out. The half-moon appeared and swept across the land 3 meters ahead. Duanmu Yinchong was greatly shocked. His figure rapidly retreated and dodged this attack by a hair's breadth. Lu Ming, do you think that it's useful to rely on the length of your weapon? In your dreams? Duanmu Yinchong roared loudly. His figure flickered rapidly. In an instant, there seemed to be 3 Duanmu Yinchong's figures on the field, and they rushed toward Lu Ming. This is the illusionary technique. Duanmu Yinchong has cultivated it to the 2nd level. It is said that if he were to cultivate it to the 6th level, he would be able to create 7 figures. Illusionary technique. It's both real and fake. Let's see how Lu Ming will break it. Some senior disciples discussed. Small tricks. Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. He swept his long spear across the 2 figures in front of him, while his other hand blasted the figure behind him. In the next moment, the 2 figures in front of him disappeared. Behind him, Duanmu Yinchong's palm collided with Lu Ming's fist. Boom! A loud boom resounded. Duanmu Yinchong's expression changed greatly, and his body rapidly retreated. How did this happen? Duanmu Yinchong roared. It was simply unacceptable. He was already close to Lu Ming, but he was still knocked back by Lu Ming's punch. How could they fight this? He cultivated movement and palm techniques. He was definitely not Lu Ming's match at a long distance, but he was not Lu Ming's match at a close distance. He was a little confused. Duanmu Yinchong, you are too naive if you think that you can be my opponent in close combat. Lu Ming sneered. His physical body was in the 2nd grade lower tier, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th grade master realm. He was much stronger than he was 2 months ago when he fought Yao Tianyu. Duanmu Yinchong did not train his body, and only relied on black grade palm techniques. How could he be Lu Ming's opponent? Buzz! The spear in Lu Ming's hands shook and vibrated violently. The spear's shaft vibrated the air, and burst out with powerful air waves that charged toward Duanmu Yin. Bang! Bang! Duanmu Yinchong sent out powerful palm strikes, shattering the air waves created by the spear. However, Lu Ming had already arrived. Buzz! The long spear violently whipped toward Duanmu Yinchong. It was already too late for Duanmu Yinchong to retreat from this spear. Block it! Duanmu Yinchong roared. His bloodline burst out and his palms turned red. The faint sound of a tiger and leopard could be heard. Then he pushed his palms out and hit Lu Ming's long spear with an overwhelming force. Bang! A muffled sound resounded. Then, the sound of bones breaking and Duanmu Yinchong's miserable shrieks could be heard. Like a kite with a broken string, Duanmu Yinchong's figure was sent flying far away. However, Lu Ming did not stop there. His body moved, and he took a few steps forward. It was as if he was riding on the clouds as he rapidly charged towards Duanmu Yin. It was a yellow-grade high-level martial arts technique, soaring cloud steps. Although it was not as good as a black-grade movement technique, it was still much more powerful than the dragon serpent steps from before. In an instant, Lu Ming had caught up with Duanmu Yinchong, who was still floating in the air. At this moment, Duanmu Yinchong's facial features were all scrunched up due to the pain. When he saw Lu Ming chasing after him, his eyes were filled with horror, and he shouted in a hoarse voice, "No, I!" He was about to say, "I admit defeat." But before he could say it, Lu Ming's long spear was pulled out from the bottom. Bang! Duanmu Yinchong's, "I admit defeat," was forced back and turned into a mournful scream. His body was like a broken sack as he flew into the sky. He flew up more than 10 meters and landed heavily. Lu Ming pulled out his spear again, and he flew up again. At this moment, Duanmu Yinchong was completely dumbfounded and muddle-headed. He had completely forgotten about the matter of him admitting defeat. Everyone present was stunned. This was Lu Ming's combat strength. He was too powerful. Duanmu Yinchong would be completely abused. Lu Ming's black-level spear technique has already reached the peak of the 3rd level, and is about to break through the 4th level. In addition to his strong physical body, which is suspected to be of the 2nd stage, his combat strength is very terrifying. Can't you guys see? His body technique is at the yellow level upper rank, but he has already cultivated it to the 6th level. Not bad, it's really terrifying. How long has he been in the sect? How did he cultivate in such a short time? Could this be a peerless genius? His battle strength can't have already entered the top 15, right? It's hard to say. Some of the Silavira disciples around them looked at Lu Ming in shock, and discussed among them Slavirs. However, they did not know that Lu Ming had not exerted his full strength. He had already cultivated the fire gun control art to the peak of the 4th level, and had other means. If they knew, they would be shocked to the extreme. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.